A hostile shore, a freezing sky. Over salt-bleached dunes, sentinels watch out the sea. The fallen, long forgotten.
The nature of that burial is like nothing we've ever seen.
A mission, a sacrifice, unremembered. A sea road to the stars, eternity the sky. Ships of the dead on their final voyages.
I can think of worse places to spend eternity in.
Beyond the boundaries of the Viking world.
If you find something very special, it's history changed like this.
The ones who went before left to history in the Viking burial ships of Estonia. From the late 8th to the mid-11th centuries, the Scandinavian peoples burst from their frontiers almost wherever the seas could take them. Through archaeology, now we can explore the world of Viking life by understanding the realm of the Viking dead. History tells us the Viking Age began with the traumatic events in northeast Britain in AD 793. Scandinavian ships were not unknown around the coasts of England. They were maybe a welcome sight, bringing trade goods and news from across the North Sea. But when a famous Christian monastery was suddenly sacked, that all changed. Shockwaves went through not just Britain, but across the Christian world. So the page turns and a new period begins. But did the Viking Age really begin like this, so abruptly?
The classic start of the Viking Age has usually been taken to be the raid on Lindisfarne in 793. But that's a very artificial way of viewing what at the time obviously was just life. We invented the Viking Age. No one woke up and said, blimey, the Viking Age tomorrow.
While perhaps not overnight, the change did occur over just a few decades in the late 700s. The few records we have show a steady increase in raiding, until in the 800s, the upsurge is so great that we define it as a new age of the Vikings. But as so often with history, the edges of these ages are blurred. Scandinavians didn't just appear out of the blue, like a previously unknown culture. Evidence in archaeology and literature, epic poems like Beowulf, suggest Scandinavian influence in Western Europe and elsewhere, centuries before the year 793.
It's clear that Scandinavians are visiting England, visiting the West, long before the Viking Age. What is changing there is that these familiar people are coming with violence rather than with goods to trade. The question is why?
There's no one single answer that explains why Scandinavians started to move out into the wider world. As ever though with human history, it was a confluence of push and pull factors. Things that forced and things that drew people. Above all, when we think of Vikings, we think of their raids for loot and plunder. But in the early part of the age, they didn't really have a coin economy as such. It wasn't about the cash itself, but what it could get you back home.
The Vikings are not just the people in those longships. They're a whole culture back in Scandinavia. The raiders are part of that. They're part of a way of life. And the reason they're doing the raiding connects to that way of life. It may be that they're trying to improve their social prospects back home, to buy a farm, to be able to afford to get married, things like that. Some of those people are going abroad and trying to change their fortunes. Some of the people are fueling that process at home with the proceeds of what they bring back from abroad.
In 2008, an archaeological discovery reinforced the idea that these migrations had been going on long before the Viking Age, with startling evidence. It was the chance find of a grave with Viking artefacts and a ship, a Viking longship. But this find wasn't in Scandinavia. We know the land now as Estonia. Salma, on the island of Saaremaa, off the Estonian coast. It was almost too good to be true. The skeletons and artifacts here seemed for the most part very well preserved. Vikings buried with their swords, with the remains of their vessel. News of the discovery spread around the world. Archaeologists like Tim Sutherland were immediately captivated.
It's boys' own stuff, it's Vikings, it's ships. You've got Viking warriors, you've got Viking swords. Finding all these things in one location, just below the surface, just ready to be uncovered. It's almost the stuff of dreams.
Tim's come to Estonia to find out for himself about the finds and the archaeological project to recover them. He'll attempt to discover more about the individuals who are buried there centuries ago. Boat burials are one of the icons of the Viking Age and the centuries before. They're rare and always important archaeologically, and this one certainly stood out from other excavated examples.
I'm interested in ship burials anyway, so I was excited about that. I think the thing that caught everyone's attention was the number of bodies on board. Before the first boat, the smaller one, was discovered, I think the largest number of bodies buried at the same time in a boat was 4.
At Salma, there were 7 bodies, in itself the most ever found in a ship burial. And later, that number would increase. This was just the beginning.
It's truly astonishing. The nature of that burial is like nothing we've ever seen.
Geology and soil always affect archaeology, especially in the preservation of bone and artifacts. At Salma, the boat itself had completely disappeared. At first, the archaeologists had no idea there'd been a ship there. It was only when they discovered patterns of small iron finds. Some of these ship's rivets are among the artifacts from the dig, on display in Estonia's capital, Tallinn.
I mean, if you look at the ship's rivets, or the nails, the pieces of iron that held the boards together, they're in fantastic condition. You can actually see the heads of the rivet where they've been hammered over. You can see where the nail has been put through a washer and that's been hammered over. And the condition is amazing, considering they're 1,000 years old. We've been looking for arrowheads in a field in France, half of the age of these, and we can't find any trace of them. And they might have just disappeared in the acidic soil.
The Salma dig was in sandy soil near the shoreline with low acidity. The timbers and all organics, apart from most of the bone, had gone. But like the rivets, the other metal finds were well preserved. Many of these artifacts, some richly adorned with precious metals, were very similar to finds from Sweden in the Viking Age. This was around 150 miles east of Sweden. Nothing like this had ever been found here before. What was going on? This is how Salma began to change perceptions of this part of the world in the Viking Age, for archaeologists and historians. John Haywood is an historian and writer. He travels and lectures widely in Scandinavia and the far north.
It's through archaeological finds that you begin to be able to place Vikings in places that we didn't know they were, and in many cases at times that we didn't know they were there.
When the Salma finds were carbon dated, this is exactly what happened. The artifacts and bones couldn't have been from the accepted Viking Age.
This is a find of basically a burial of 2 ships full of Viking warriors that dates from around about the middle of the 8th century. And that is about getting on for half a century before we conventionally think about the Viking Age even having begun.
The finds dated to approximately 750 or even as early as 700 AD. Vikings before the Viking Age. The Baltic Sea is a kind of Mediterranean of the north. It's enclosed by North Germany and Poland, as well as Scandinavia and the Baltic countries. We think of the Viking Age beginning as Scandinavians came westwards to Britain, but it made just as much sense for them to head eastwards.
To us, looking at the Baltic, the far side of the Baltic, it seems like it may have been the edge of the world. Certainly, if you were living in England or Francia, the Baltic was probably even slightly over the edge of the world.
There's a scarcity of written records from this time. Most of the sagas that give us some understanding at least of Scandinavian culture are from several hundred years after the Viking Age ended. So Viking history in the Baltic and elsewhere is driven very much by archaeological finds like Salma. And it seems there was a lot more going on than was previously suspected.
I think one of the things that the Salma find is really telling us is that there is a whole world of interaction in the east, in the Baltic. This is not unknown territory for the Scandinavians.
Tim is travelling to see the site for himself. Guiding him is one of Estonia's most experienced archaeologists and the man who led the excavation team, Jüri Piets. The region, in Viking times and before, must have been remote, a wilderness. Jüri was used to excavating in the area, so he was given the task by the Estonian Heritage Board.
Ja kuna ma olen töötanud üle 20 aasta Saaremaal mitmesuguste erinevate ekspeditsioonidega ja mul olid tuttav nii ümbrus kui ka kohalikud inimesed ja nii muuseumitöötajad, siis oli üsna loomulik, et see ülesanne usaldati mulle.
This part of Estonia is still sparsely populated. It's easy to imagine it's hardly changed in centuries. The overland part of the journey is long enough now. Back in the 8th century, there were probably no roads here at all. And just as back then, the rest of the journey is by sea, to Saaremaa Island. The coastline around Salma is flat and featureless. There are miles of dunes, inlets and islands. It's a haven for wildlife. When unexpected burials are discovered in this part of the world, particularly mass graves, it's usually assumed that they're far from ancient. The area was heavily fought over in both World Wars. In 1944, Nazi German forces, pursued by the Russian Red Army, retreated through Salma, possibly right over the gravesite, leaving many dead from both sides. Most are buried in the island's war cemeteries, but many still lie in unmarked graves. Under the Soviet Union, Saaremaa then became a restricted area, closed even to most Estonians until 1989. So when construction workers unearthed the bones, people assumed at first that they were the remains of 20th century soldiers. But Jüri and the team of archaeologists he put together soon got to work and found otherwise. A colleague of Jüri's at the University of Tallinn, Raili Alimai, is an osteoarchaeologist.
I remember, actually, Jüri Piets called me and asked that, Raili, please come with me. They have found something in Saaremaa, and please come with me. There are human skeletal remains. We didn't know that these skeletal remains are in the ship, actually buried in the ship.
It was beneath the upper layers of skeletons and artifacts that the iron rivets were found. Like the others, Marga Konsa from the University of Tartu was surprised to find that it was a boat grave. They're known in Scandinavia, Britain and Western Europe, but none had been found before in Estonia.
I think the first difficulty what we had we didn't know how to excavate the boat. It was first boat, prehistoric boat in Estonia. It is not very scientific, but we started Googling how to excavate a boat burial.
Marga and the team adapted to the task and carefully recovered hundreds of rivets, accurately recording their positions, so they were able to bring the lines of the long-disappeared boat back to life. All the while there was the pressure not to hold up construction work too long. The archaeologists also found themselves under pressure of a different kind throughout the excavations, mainly due to the site's location. As well as the main road, it was right by a school building.
Hundreds of people visited us and they asked questions, and jury was very polite and always explaining and discussing and all the things.
First, it was a little bit disturbing, and I haven't used to do my job like some rock star or celebrity.
Maybe it sometimes was a little bit difficult even, because we have photos when we have nearly 100 people watching what we are doing.
The school's teachers incorporated the dig and the history of the period into their lessons.
I have not seen such interest and respect towards archaeological sites like in Salma.
The constant interest throughout the dig was paid off when the archaeologists were able to show some fascinating results. When the excavation was complete, it created a vision of how the burial must have appeared at the time. The grave contained the 7 skeletons. They were inside a wooden boat, a small craft with maybe 6 or 8 oars, possibly a mast and sail. There were also personal items, such as small knives and combs, and the skeletons of dogs, hunting birds, and fish. Almost a decade later, the approximate site of Salma 1 is now marked by a sculpture.
Although this sculpture's here, the actual site of the burial was just down here. It was during the construction of this lamp here that they discovered the line of the boat, which runs roughly about here, I think. And so that's important to be able to see where it was and also why it was why the ground was disturbed in the first place. It's an unusual piece of sculpture, but it's there so that people know what was here. I mean, it looks like a Viking ship. It's a modern piece of sculpture.
While Marga and the others were working on Salma 1, as if one Viking mass grave weren't enough, another was found. It was construction again that revealed the find, and such was the interest in the Salma 1 boat that a driver stopped immediately the moment his digger revealed more bones. The Estonian Heritage Board were grateful that another precious archaeological context could now also be saved. This find, Salma 2, seemed even more exciting than the first. It was just 40 meters south of Salma 1. There were skeletons and many more artifacts, including swords. Again, there were many rivets. So Yuri's team now knew they had 2 ship graves on their hands. And this was much bigger than the first. Salma 2 looked like a warship. There were the same knives and combs and other personal items as before, yet this ship was different. It carried a cargo, so far unique to archaeology. More and more skeletons were found within the hull. 41 individuals. All males. Among, beneath, and around them were the remains of shields, knives, and swords. No one had seen anything like it. The men had been deliberately laid to rest inside the boat. The archaeologists could only wonder at the rituals that must have taken place.
For me, as someone interested not only in boat burials, but particularly what we call mortuary behaviour, what do people do at a funeral? The funeral rites at Salma are utterly amazing. You have all these guys piled up in a mound of dead men, lots of birds and fish and dogs, really quite odd things, at least the birds and fish, to deposit in a grave like this.
In all, both boats took more than 2 seasons to fully excavate. It was a surprise to everybody that Salma II was even closer to the school, just meters away from it. Somehow the grave had gone undiscovered, even when the school was built. For Yuri, Salma II was much more complex to excavate than its forebear, Salma I.
So the weather's not very nice today, but what was it like during the excavation?
no üldiselt oli meil ka selliseid halbasid ilmasid, eriti sügise poole, kui ekspeditsioonid läksid pikale venisid.
Not only is it a multiple grave, but also it is in a ship. So what was it like when you first found it? It must have been an incredible feeling.
Ja see oli kindlasti väga selline tohutu üllatus oli. Kõigepealt me ei uskunud, et siin üldse laev siit välja tuleb. Ja siis muidugi jah, sellega koos tuli ka siis muidugi selline tööpinge ja kaevamise muutusid selliseks väga täpseks ja korralikuks.
The school children saw daily the ship's cargo of the dead emerging one by one from the sandy soil.
Ja üks põhiline küsimus oli see, ja imestus oli, et kui ilusad valged hambad nendel on.
Not only bones, but swords and other weapons littered the grave. Some were decorated with precious metals and even jewels.
One of the problems is the question of security, because obviously if you are excavating over a long time, you have things in the ground that you need to leave in the ground. Obviously, there is a ship full of Viking swords.
No me elasime siin kõrval ja üldiselt me pidasime kaevamist kogu aeg silma peal ööpäeva ringselt ja meil oli väga hea valvekoer oli. Napoli Mastiff ja see oli argument.
I just picture that. Yeah, a guard dog sitting over the mass grave of people. It must have been a really weird sight.
Napoli Mastiff.
And from what we can see here, it is so lucky that the site survived, because there are electric cables running through it and there is a road running through it.
In fact, the excavation revealed that Salma II had had narrow escapes even before the school was built. A Second World War soldier's grave was dug right by one side of it, and there was a bomb crater on the other. It was as though something had wanted the grave to survive for posterity. But what did they learn about the site back in Viking times, when the men were buried here?
So at the time of the excavation, was it very similar to it is now? Obviously there is a school behind us, lots of trees and the roads and everything. Was it very similar then?
Ma ei usu, et sel ajal, kui siin toimus see sündmus, Salme sündmus toimus, et sel ajal siin puid kasvas. See oli ilmselt lage rannaäär ja siia lihtsalt tõmmati laevad siis mingil põhjusel randa ja võib-olla nende võrdluses peeti siis lahing maha.
With no evidence, it's hard to be sure what happened. Perhaps the boats had put in here. They could have been part of a small fleet, traders, or a raiding flotilla. Maybe there was an outpost or settlement here. But something befell their crews. When all the finds underwent recording and conservation, it was clear that there was strong contrast between the two boats, and not just in the numbers of skeletons.
There are not so many artifacts in the first boat. And when the second boat was found and we had the opportunity to compare the artifacts, it's quite obvious that they are different kind. In the second boat there are lots of higher status artifacts, but they are not present in the first boat. It could be that there are social differences between those men.
It looked like the smaller boat was for the servants or attendants. So who or what were the higher status men in the larger boat? Perhaps the artifacts they were buried with can provide answers. Yuri shows Tim just a small selection of the many finds. Hundreds of items were recovered, and each had to be painstakingly cleaned and catalogued. The personal artefacts were just about all found among the bodies of the men. They weren't chance finds, they were deliberately placed. Almost every individual had a comb made from bone, sometimes ornately decorated. And every man had a small knife. By far the most numerous personal artifacts, though, were gaming pieces. There were more than 200.
How many gaming pieces were in a set?
In set, it's a different number. And its game is Nefatafel. It's central figure in this was king.
Right. So it's slightly like chess in that there is a king piece,
yes.
And the aim is to attack the king.
Yes.
Neftafel was a board game that travelled wherever the Vikings travelled. Like chess, it was a game of strategy. And it was obviously important to either the dead or the men who buried them, or both. The object was for one side to try to capture the king, while the king's defenders had to try and help him escape. The most distinctive piece, then, was the king piece.
These look to me as if they have been turned on a lathe. They put it on a lathe and then they've turned
put it in lathe and grinded and polished.
The artifacts certainly seem to build a picture of the culture in which these men lived. Whatever their rank in the hierarchy, this was a warrior society. Strategy, skill, guile and strength were all prized attributes.
We tend to think of gaming pieces as a rather elite kind of object. They're a sign of, almost like a sign of intellectual pursuits. You have the leisure time and you have the brain power to play strategic games. At Salma, the gaming pieces are mostly just strewn over the dead. There's several hundred of them. And we can picture whoever it is that's burying these guys, almost like sowing seeds. They're just strewing the gaming pieces over the bodies. Presumably the bodies of their friends, people they knew. It's quite a scene.
There was one gaming piece among all the others in the burial that's still the subject of much debate.
In the centre of the pile of dead men, there's one particular body that doesn't really have gaming pieces on him, except for one, and he has the king piece, and he has it in his mouth. We shouldn't really speculate what that means, but you know, it certainly stirs the imagination.
When it comes to the artifacts from the site, it's impossible to see past the other items buried with each man. The swords. There are classic double-edged Viking swords, large single-edged langsaxes, and shorter machete-style scrammus axes.
Obviously they're a kind of iconic object for the Viking Age. They're the thing that every proper Viking ought to have and so on. But I think before Salma, we'd never really imagined that everyone on a mission like this might have their own sword. There are literally more swords than men. It's also interesting how they're buried. Not all of them are buried in the same way. So the single-edged swords are placed with the hilt down. And then if we look at the double-edged swords, they've been bent up, they've been burned, we sometimes say that weapons are killed, weapons are deliberately broken.
This isn't unique to Salma. It's common in Viking burials. But rarely, if ever, is it seen on this scale. It points to some kind of meaning in the burial ritual.
There's been a lot of speculation about what that means. Are they killing the weapons because they're accompanying someone else who has died? So must the objects die along with the dead person? Is it a way of making them usable by the dead in the next life, where they're going? Or is it instead a kind of protective measure for the living, so that the dead don't return and annoy you. I suspect that this neutralising of the weapons is a protective measure, but we can't be sure.
The gaming pieces, the personal items, the higher status men in the larger boat, lower status in the smaller. It's a glimpse into a very structured society. What of the dead themselves? Analysis of all the bones is still ongoing, but some evidence has already been found about what might have happened. And what kind of men some of them might have been.
We're surrounded by some of the Salma burials. I mean, did you know how big it was, or was it just the top skeletons you could see initially?
At first we saw the top skeletons, 6 skeletons, but then we cleaned around the area and we saw skulls one by one appearing up.
Most of the skeletons in Salma too were found compressed in one area of the boat, ahead of where the mast would have been, almost like a cargo. Riley and the team had to gain an understanding of the complex and compact space that they were excavating.
So there are a lot of artefacts, there are obviously lots of skeletons, and they're all mixed up. But in order to record all that, you need a lot of detail and lots of different people who have different specialities. You're the archaeologist. So how does all that work in terms of putting it all together?
For me, it was the most important to get overview how the bodies have been put into the ship and how they are placed and how they relate to each other, and that's why we used GPS.
By carefully logging the position of each skeleton, Riley was able to create a 3-dimensional record of the grave. From the way the bodies had been placed in the grave, Riley soon formed an impression of the dead. Perhaps a clue to who or what they had been.
It's like a military burial. It's very regular. They are buried in layers.
It's almost like a formation, a parade order, a hierarchy. Or, simply stacked in layers, a ghostly cargo. It was evident from early on that these men hadn't died from natural causes.
You've said that there is lots of evidence of skeletal trauma. Can you show me some of it?
Yes,
please?
there are. For example, this skull has multiple trauma.
Right, so that's quite obvious. So that's one there. So that almost looks like a stab. It's almost in the shape of a sword, isn't it?
Yes, might be.
But that one looks more like a slice. I've seen quite a few skulls with trauma on. So to me, that looks like a long blow that's gone into the side. And in that respect, they are typical sword wounds or axe wounds. And in cases of Rwanda, where they're using machetes in the 1980s, you get exactly the same trauma on the skulls, which is really disturbing considering it's a few decades ago.
Whatever happened, it was brutal. Around half of the skeletons, where bone has survived, show trauma. This and other evidence enabled Riley to come to know skeletons as individuals. 2 in particular stood out, both from Salma II, the higher status men. Exploring their trauma brings perhaps faint traces of what befell the group. The first lay only just beneath the surface. Broad and strong, probably in his late 40s. He was on the very top layer of the grave, as if standing sentinel over the rest.
The first thing I noticed was his right arm.
Yeah, I can see. There's something very distinctive about this one then.
It has multiple cuts. It's chopped into pieces.
It literally chops into pieces.
Yeah.
The man had been in a serious fight, and it was the last he ever fought.
Now you can see that these strokes come from the same direction, the same angle.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, isn't it? That definitely looks like somebody's hacking at somebody like this. So somebody is attempting to disarm him in the most graphic way possible, and that is to chop his arm off.
That's
That he was put back in the grave with the sword in his hand again.
Yeah. Very weird.
That is fantastic.
And this wasn't all. Riley found the skeleton was covered with weapon trauma. It's as though the individual was first wounded, then overwhelmed.
So that's the back of the lower foot.
Yeah, this is left foot.
So somebody has slashed at a foot. It would really hurt, but it wouldn't really disable them, would
No.
it? No.
Painful, but you could work.
You can still fight. He's got wounds to the feet, he's got wounds to the arm, and he's got wounds to the head. Are there any other wounds on him?
It seems he took everything that was thrown at him, but still they had to be brutal to finish him.
It does look like somebody's tried to decapitate him.
Yes, but because he was very robust, they didn't
So,
manage.
so they've chopped into the neck,
Yeah.
but it's not...
But they didn't manage to decapitate it.
It's hard to be sure, but the wounds don't seem random, as if received in the chaos of a large action. There are so many variables, but it's though this man was surrounded before he was overcome.
I'm suspicious. I don't believe in anything at the moment, but I think, one thing is I don't believe it's a huge battle, some kind of. I think it's something, some kind of conflict, unexpected, something unexpected. In my opinion, they were not prepared to something.
Further clues in the grave hint that the man was regarded with respect, at least by those who buried him.
This person is now incapacitated and somebody is attempting to take his head off.
And they put the head back.
And they've put the head back. That means
in the burial.
That is somebody who is trying to treat these people with the ultimate respect, because they're trying to make them whole again at the time of burial.
Especially this first skeleton.
Yeah.
We don't know if it was a battle, an ambush, or even single combat. The man took many terrible wounds. He was the first to be excavated, yet the last to be placed in the grave carefully and with his brutally severed arm.
He was still holding the sword.
Holding sword.
So somebody is almost putting these people back together again. That is absolutely fantastic.
And he went to Valhalla.
There was one more detail that Riley found significant about the way the man had been laid to rest.
He was lying, looking left, and all the other skeletons in the row were looking right. So, it seems to me that he was some kind of, I don't know, important.
So this person has been treated very distinctively
very
compared to
distinctively.
the others. So that marks him out as a different person in that respect.
His head turned as if looking over his comrades, buried together in the top layer. The front rank, buried under their shields. It was beneath these, in the centre of the grave, that the second skeleton, which caught Riley's attention, was buried. Younger than many of the others, probably in his 20s, and slighter than the big men buried around and above him. And there was something else.
This man has
I can see.
very interesting trait. It's probably...
And that's fused to the base of the skull.
Yes. It's called occipitalization of atlas. This means that the first vertebral is fused to the occipital bone.
It's a common condition of the upper spine, and one that's often congenital. But it's perhaps not associated with someone who made their living as a warrior.
So would that make his neck stiffer, or just he would not have the same sort of movement?
Usually it's very difficult to turn head.
To
like
rotate
this.
it?
Yes, to
Right.
rotate it. And sometimes it gives headaches. It might be a little bit difficult, for example, if you fight with somebody that you can't turn your head left and right.
So it restricts
might be,
the overall movement of the head.
You don't have this view, you cannot see from side.
Artifacts around this skeleton seemed also to mark the individual as someone unusual. One of the highest status swords seemed to belong to him. And also, this was the skeleton found with the king gaming piece, either by or inside his mouth.
This is one of the questions about this grave, isn't it? Is where the gaming piece was in relation to his mouth.
And it was a king piece.
It was the most prominent piece.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So that is tempting to suggest that it was given to him because he had a position of status, or it could be completely accidental.
I could say it could be accidental also.
Yeah.
Because sometimes these kind of small items move in the grave. It was covered like a carpet of gaming pieces. In this area, a lot of gaming pieces were found.
Yeah.
This was not the only one, so that's why I think it might be accidental also.
Yeah.
It might be intentional also, so it's difficult to say today.
Was it chance? Or perhaps intended? The only way of marking him out for sure to the recipients in the next world. Scandinavian folklore, the Valkyries. 2 individuals among more than 40. One older, probably a soldier, perhaps a defender, singled out in a position of honor in the grave, as he was in life, perhaps in duty. Another younger, slighter, perhaps well-born, richly equipped, a leader, a noble, or simply perhaps a treasured son or brother. We're unlikely ever to know for sure. DNA and other analyses are yet to be completed. Perhaps they will bring some answers.
It's an astonishing find, and we're only just starting to understand what Salma really means. So I think in the coming years there's going to be a number of really quite interesting revelations coming out of that project.
But the essence of the way these men were laid to rest conveys something in itself.
It seems to me that it's some kind of honor. It's a question of honor and dignity, and maybe it's the rule that you treat other people like you want them to treat you when you are dead and lying in a battleground or wherever. You know. I think maybe they had this kind of thoughts.
The Salma graves remain one of the most intriguing and compelling finds from the Viking Age and before.
These people were buried with honour and with the respect that the people who buried them thought they deserved. And it's not a bad place to lie, is it really?
The men who were buried on that remote, sandy shore were among the first of the Viking dead.
Those men buried in Salma, they will live in eternity.
On a cold hillside beneath the sky, sea winds at their backs. Fire, horror, and fear. A shallow grave waiting, where for 1,000 years they'll lie, waiting to be found. Now teeth and bone tell the stories of souls, of men long dead and a long way from home.
It's almost as if these people have been butchered.
The mortal remains, together in death,
We did have complete bodies, minus the heads, of course.
their secrets lost to the world.
Got the impression of very messy, botched attempts at removing their heads.
Uncovered at last, the secret Viking grave of Ridgeway Hill. From the late 8th to the mid-11th centuries, the Scandinavian peoples burst from their frontiers almost wherever the seas could take them. Through archaeology, now we can explore the world of Viking life by understanding the realm of the Viking dead. The landscape of Britain is a blanket beneath which many secrets lie. Archaeology shines a light into this darkness by planned expeditions and surveys. But usually, the greatest secrets are revealed completely by chance, given up one by one, like cards dealt at random. This was very much the case one day in Dorset, on the English south coast. In June 2009, the road between Dorchester and the port of Weymouth was undergoing huge renovation. The high ground that the road crossed, roughly halfway between the two towns, was called the Ridgeway. It was on this hill that a grim find was made. The whole area had been carefully monitored for many months by archaeologists working with the construction company. Yet, as so often happens, the chance find happened just off the map. It was just outside the area yet surveyed by the archaeologists that construction workers made the discovery. Bones, skulls. Construction stopped, the archaeologists moved in, and people across the world were transfixed by what emerged. The skeletons of dozens of individuals buried together. This was no carefully made grave. The bodies, it appeared, had been thrown in. They were heaped on one another, in disarray. Worse, each one had been beheaded. The skulls were found together, piled at one end of the pit. When it was eventually revealed that the finds were from the Viking Age, archaeologists were compelled, because nothing like it had been found before. It looked like an execution.
When I first heard about the Ridgeway Hill discoveries, I was quite excited because we have very, very few mass graves from the Viking Age. And graves of that kind tend to reflect a particular event. It can be a plague, some kind of famine. It can be the result of a battle, or, as Ridgeway Hill turned out to be, the result of a mass execution.
Unusual, unambiguous. The evidence was all there. There was little doubt to archaeologists about how the men had died.
Normally, as archaeologists, what we find in the archaeological record are accidental things, things that people have dropped, things that have just built up over time. So when you find the result of a deliberate action, in this case a horrible one, killing lots of people, it's an opportunity to get inside the events and the motivations of the time.
Another archaeologist was intrigued too. Tim Sutherland from the University of York in England. He's had his own experience of a mass grave from the Middle Ages, but that was from the Battle of Towton in the 1460s, the late medieval time. Before Ridgeway Hill, no one had seen a mass grave on this scale from the Viking Age. So now Tim wants to find out more. It's going to be a journey as he attempts to uncover all there is to know about the excavation and the story of this amazing archaeological discovery. Investigating the records of the excavation, he'll unearth the remains of a classic archaeological detective story. It leads him first to understand the area in which the find and its story all took place, in Dorset. Archaeologist Steve Wallace of Dorset County Council was on site during the excavation.
Well, I can see why it's a sort of an important place, right between Weymouth and Dorchester.
Yeah, absolutely.
But something's in the way now, isn't it? The landscape's changed a bit, I presume.
Yes, I mean, you might complain there's rather a large road in the way, but that was how we got to find the Vikings.
It was where the top of the ridge was cut through for the new road that the grave was first found. The site couldn't be worked round. The whole area was due to be dug away.
So it was on a little island, a promontory, sort of out into what was a major construction site.
Yeah, so yes, it was found quite early on in the digging of this cutting, and then it was, managed well enough so that the archaeologists could continue recording for a couple of months while road construction went on.
And it produces its own problems, doesn't it? I mean, a massive construction like this, and any archaeology that's sort of in the way,
yeah,
produces its own anomalies and its own problems. And of course, that's one of the things as archaeologists we've got to deal with.
And a credit to the person who first found it and reported it.
Yes.
The machine driver who's first found bone and had been told if you find bone, report it. And so he did what he was supposed to do.
And if it hadn't been for that one person, we might have lost it completely, or it would have been severely damaged.
Yes, I think the best you would have found that someone might have noticed some bone being tipped on the site somewhere else on the scheme, which is next to useless.
There was nothing at first to link the site with the Viking Age, and it was easy to assume that it dated to many years before the 8th to the 11th century, as we normally think of the Vikings. This was because in this part of Dorset, there's a rich heritage of Neolithic, Iron Age, and Roman archaeological sites. It is literally a monumental landscape, and it's easy to see why at first everyone thought the Ridgeway Hill grave was most likely from the Iron Age. Just a few miles from Ridgeway Hill, Maiden Castle is one of the largest prehistoric earthworks in the whole country. Very close to the gravesite, Mornbury Rings in Dorchester was originally a Neolithic construction. We're not sure for what purpose. Defence? Gatherings? It's an example at least of what remains of the area's ancient landscape.
I think what most people probably don't realise is this is an incredibly old monument, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I think a lot of people locally know it's a Roman amphitheatre, but the fact there's a Neolithic henge, and then the Civil War fort here, so it's got quite a history, and more recent stuff as well. The fact that people were executed here in more recent times.
Oh right.
Political rebels were condemned here, and at least one murderer was burned at the stake. But this was in the 17th century, in relatively recent times. Whoever the Ridgeway Hill victims were, maybe they too had been condemned here or somewhere similar in this Iron Age landscape.
And the massive monuments, I mean, locally, to other places, this would be like the most significant thing in the landscape.
The job of excavating the grave fell to Oxford Archaeology, who were already involved with the watching brief on the site as part of the long-term project to create the Weymouth Relief Road. Dave Score was the project manager responsible for the watching brief, as well as the major excavation of the grave pit itself, which was soon to unfold. Like everyone else, Dave and his team at first theorised that the skeletons most likely dated to ancient times. This was long before any radiocarbon dating had been done.
We thought that it was almost certainly Iron Age to start with. There were no finds to give away the date. It was just a feeling based on the context. We had a prehistoric landscape around us.
Exactly. And of course it's on a ridge, and it's a classic routeway.
And it's on a ridge, so it's basically a prehistoric routeway.
This routeway, the Ridgeway, had been used since time immemorial. Before modern roads, people kept to the high ground in order to traverse long distances. It was quicker and safer than the surrounding lowlands. At Ridgeway Hill, the north-south road crossed the ancient Ridgeway at right angles, just as its precursing Roman road did. It was a giant X in the landscape that no one had ever suspected might mark something. Until that happenstance discovery.
So when did you first hear about this? Can you remember your reaction when you first heard that something like this had turned up?
I can actually. I was in my office and I got a call from my project officer on site, just a fairly routine call to start with, basically just to let me know that they'd found something on the watching brief. Yeah. So my guys had been basically watching the machine. It had pulled a strip and some bones had come out. So they'd stopped the machine and they were just letting me know basically they were pausing the machine and they were having a little investigation to see what was going on. And that was it.
An hour later, Dave got another call. The archaeologists had cleaned around the area and confirmed that it wasn't just scattered bones in the topsoil, but at least one in situ burial.
I let the client know that there might be a sort of a day or so delay. We just needed to tidy it up and excavate it properly, and left my guys to get on with it. And I got a call an hour later saying that they'd got 2 skulls poking out right next to each other. I said, well, that was fine. Yeah, brilliant, excellent.
It's not too bad. Not too bad.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be worth the time. Yeah. So basically, they carried on, and then an hour later, I got another call to say that they had 5 skulls. At which point it was very interesting. And then by the end of the day, I think the count was up to 8 or 9 skulls, something like that.
Again, the skulls weren't scattered. It looked like they'd been buried together at the same time, which could only mean one thing: a mass grave.
And at that point, we really realised that we'd got something that was quite unusual. It was looking interesting. So at that point, we sort of flagged up that it would probably take a little bit longer than a few days.
The archaeologists on site kept going, and they kept on reporting the skull count as it steadily rose.
By the middle of the next day, we had a whole pile of skulls emerging until we had sort of 20 to 25, I think, actually exposed.
The next step was to clean the area around the skulls, and the archaeologists soon were then able to define, roughly 5 to 7 meters in diameter, a pit. The skulls were piled on its edge, and in the grave itself, other bones were emerging. Just what had gone on?
It makes your mind race, doesn't it?
Well,
because
of course it does.
You don't know what the heck's
Of course
going
it
on
does, because
there.
it looks like you've got a pile of skulls,
Yeah.
but they're on the edge of a big pit, and you can see you've got other bones in that pit as well.
Dave was now certain that he had a major archaeological story unfolding on his watch. He needed backup from Oxford Archaeology, and he needed time from the developer to carry out what was looking like would be a complex excavation.
So we did have to take a pause at that point and get extra people to the site. We had to have it fenced off. The people we were working for set up a security cabin. So we had to get some infrastructure because it was clear we were going to be spending more than 2 or 3 days quickly excavating a couple of burials. We were going to be there for a little while, and it was going to be something that was going to have to be done properly.
Dorset County Council realised straight away the importance of the find, and a plan was made for construction to carry on all around the site, while the excavation team carried out their task of retrieving the skeletons.
There we were on our little pyramid of chalk with the construction going on all around us, a nice little fenced revetment around us, looking out across all these sort of diggers working and actually able to work on this pit. So in terms of archaeology, it was a perfect scenario.
The plan worked, and the successful dig lasted several months.
I mean, you're very fortunate in a situation like that when there is massive construction.
We were very, very lucky that the council, who were the ultimate client, and the people building the road had been so good and were so enthusiastic about it anyway. It helps when the archaeology is obviously at a really high level. Everyone gets it.
By the dig's conclusion, 52 skulls had been recovered and 55 skeletons. Some of them are now displayed in Dorset County Museum. What happens after a major excavation like Ridgeway Hill? What happens to the bones that aren't on public display? To find out more, Tim is allowed access to the County Museum's archive. Most of the material excavated from sites across Dorset over the past 200 or so years is preserved here. It's an incredible source of primary material, including the Ridgeway Hill files. All the material left behind after the excavation.
These are identifiable to any archaeologist, so it's a site archive, and we've got the notebooks. Obviously every archaeologist should have their own notebook, and they're the thoughts and stages and processes of everything you do on everyday work. And here we've got some of the initial thoughts and concepts and the work that was undertaken at the very time that they found the mass grave. Now that's fantastic, because this is the archaeology of the archaeologists.
Usually this material is stored away and is hardly ever looked at again. But for an archaeologist trying to understand what happened during an excavation, they're invaluable.
These are the sort of rough images, the sketches, the notes, the thoughts. And people never see that side of it. And so it's fascinating. And this is the nitty-gritty, basically.
The entries date through every day of the excavation, right from the very beginning, bone by bone.
So this is the record of them recording the grave. And as it says there, burial pit. And every site has got this information, but when it's an important site like this is happening at the time. You know, Skelly 8152. Each one of these skeletons, this SK number, refers to a skeleton. But of course, this book's full of them. There are SK numbers throughout all the pages. And then they'll give each skull an individual number, because the skulls on this occasion were obviously separated from the rest of the post-cranial skeleton, as they call it. And ideally, you'd like to be able to put the right skull back with the right individual. And each one of these skeletons is an individual. So we're talking about people. These are people that were killed and put in the grave. And that's what we're trying to find. We're trying to find information about the real people. This is all the information that's left of them. What happened to them 1,000 years ago. And now we've got to try to find out the individual data, the information that goes with each one. We've got a collection here of the context records, so obviously everything from before the excavation. And then we go to the individual skeleton records themselves, so every single skeleton has an individual skeleton sheet, and every single skull in that case will have an individual skeleton sheet, because they're separated on this occasion, which is quite unusual. And for example, on this one, the top bones of the spine are present. Axis has 2 distinct cut marks on it. These are the top bones of the neck, and so this means that some blade trauma exists on those bones. So each individual, as we go through it, there's no head on that one, there's no head on that one, and the rest of the skeleton with no head, the rest of the skeleton, no head, the rest of the skeleton, no head, just the head, just the head. So sheet after sheet, it's just one or the other, but never both all together, as you would see on a normal skeleton sheet. And that's because each one of these individuals has been decapitated. But I think what's really important about this is it's a very unusual mass grave. And we're talking about people here. This is information about real people.
There's information from all the bones that were recovered. But as to why the men were beheaded and buried like this, there were still many questions unanswered. Not only, it seemed, did the individuals go to the grave without their heads, but with little else.
We were very conscious that we had an amazing find in terms of the burials, but we didn't have anything else to go with them. We had no finds, there was no evidence of any clothing, no toggles, no ties, there were no artefacts, no jewellery, no bracelets, but there was nothing really to tell what age they were.
To try to find out, while the excavation was still in progress, samples of bone were taken from some of the skeletons and sent off for initial radiocarbon dating. It would put to the test the commonly held theory that everyone had so far, that the skeletons were from the Iron Age.
It was, I think, about the 5th or 6th week of the excavation before we got those dates back. And when they came back, of course, that was a shocker. That was surprising.
You're not in the Roman period, you're not in the Iron Age period, you are significantly
in the
later.
Anglo-Saxon period, exactly. So we're sort of late 10th century-ish. So immediately it's a completely different context.
The end of the 10th or the start of the 11th century. The date was at least 1,000 years later than anyone had been expecting. Dave and the team had to completely rethink.
You immediately start thinking about, the Viking raiding that's going on during that period, the unrest that's happening, and that's suddenly the context that we're thrown in. So, are they Anglo-Saxons that have been killed by Viking raiders? Are they Viking raiders who have been caught on the beach and marched up there to be executed? What's going on?
Britain at this time was in a period of great change. Over 200 years, Scandinavian incomers had gone from Viking traders and raiders to settlers and farmers. Britain was divided into the kingdoms of the English, Mercia, Northumbria and Wessex, and the kingdom of the Norsemen, with its capital York, Jorvik. This was known as the Danelaw. Much of the time, an uneasy live and let live attitude pervaded. Yet tensions often spilled over into bitter conflict. But how did all this relate to the bodies in the pit? The links with the Vikings in this part of Britain have a unique place in the historical record. From the site of the grave on Ridgeway Hill, the Isle of Portland is clearly visible. And it was here that the first known Scandinavian raid of the Viking Age took place. But these events were 200 years before the men in the grave had died. Why then were they buried where they were? And how had they died? Their bones may hold some of the answers. The skeletons are stored carefully just a few miles from where they were discovered.
We always knew that we had something extraordinary and highly unusual, but it wasn't until we examined the skeletons in detail that a very ugly and chilling picture emerged about these individuals and how they'd met their fate. That, to be quite honest with you, it took us slightly by surprise because we've seen a lot of trauma, but nothing quite like this.
Louise Lowe is an osteologist, trained in the excavation and analysis of human skeletal remains. Archaeologists like Tim rely on specialists like Louise when they're excavating graves. Louise headed up the burials team at Ridgeway Hill. Her job was to assess each of the individual skeletons as they emerged. She was highly experienced, yet it still left a strong impression on her.
So I can see you've got a few examples of the individuals here, but obviously bits and pieces of them. So can you explain what all this is about?
Yeah, of course. The skeleton that we've got laid out here is an individual who's about 20 to 30 years of age. Most of the individuals were younger than that, sort of 18 to 25. One of the youngest was about 14 years. And then there were one or two older ones, sort of in their 40s and 50s.
All the skeletons are male, broadly of active or fighting age. It seems obvious with hindsight how the men died. Louise had to remain scientific in her analysis, keeping to the facts. The most obvious trauma marks were those inflicted while the men were beheaded. Each was individual, leaving different signatures on the bones.
This individual's had his head removed with quite a neat incision to the top of the neck, indicating that some of them had perhaps had their necks hyperextended to remove their heads. Maybe they'd been forced to kneel down in front of their executioner.
Each man may have met his fate in a slightly different manner to the next, as evidenced by a few single clean cut marks. Some were at least still, even if they weren't calm. But that isn't the typical picture Louise found. Most skeletons showed much more brutal trauma, far less neat or clean wounds.
Some of them are actually quite messy, quite sort of botched attempts at at Decapitation. Maybe the executioners weren't very experienced, maybe they were hurried. Quite a lot of examples we've got where the cut has been delivered low down, cutting into the shoulder blade here you can see, and the clavicle. Some have come and cut through to the backs of the mandibles. You can see a cut into there. It's taken the bone off cleanly, right the way through.
A big piece of.
Yeah, and we do have examples where it's come through and cut the front of the jaw off.
There's evidence too of the sheer visceral impact of the blows on the victims.
We've got the jaws from 2 individuals out here, and they're examples of where the blade has come in and actually cut through the teeth in some cases. You can see it's cleanly cut off the crown of this molar tooth. And in this individual, you can see that the tooth has fractured longitudinally down its length. We think that this sort of thing was occurring because of the sheer force of the blow causing forced occlusion of the teeth as the blow is delivered to the neck region.
So the shock of the impact on the teeth has actually fractured them.
Causing them to fracture, yes. So, another example of just how brutal these decapitations were.
This tooth there and this fragment of the spine there, the fragments are still associated with it, aren't they? I mean, sometimes you think, oh well, you've chopped the tooth off, the tooth would just fall out, but the tooth was found with that individual, which suggests that at the very least he had his mouth closed after he died, and therefore the tooth stayed in his mouth.
It's actually quite chilling to think that they were probably held there by bits of sinewy soft tissue. Maybe the tooth was held in place because the type of trauma, this sort of hacking trauma where you're hacking into the neck, you're not cutting cleanly through, so bits of tissue are being dislodged and just sort of enabling removed bits of teeth to sort of rest there.
Whether the wounds inflicted were clean or frenzied, the removal of the heads of the men must have been a horror to behold.
Of course, you're separating the head from the rest of the body, and so in the bits that are being separated, they would have pulled the bits and pieces of the body apart, like bits of the spine apart and bits of flesh, and of course they would drop off. It's almost as if these people have been butchered.
Butchery may be, but did this leave any clues as to the type of weapon used to inflict the trauma?
Is it sharp enough to be something like a sword, or is it relatively blunt and something like a big heavy weapon like an axe or something?
That's interesting actually. We thought quite a lot about the weapon that had been used, and although we can't rule out the use of an axe or a knife, most of the wounds are consistent with a long heavy blade. And that is actually quite significant because the use of the sword would have been highly symbolic. And that might suggest that these executions have been performed by decree of higher authority, perhaps some sort of judicial execution.
In the late 900s and early 1000s, most common criminals were executed by hanging. Death by the sword, when an example of ultimate power and justice had to be made for all to see, was reserved for relatively few crimes. Traitors, captured enemy soldiers, Viking raiders. Can we have any clue as to who these men were or why they were executed?
We have around 50 executed individuals. I mean, you could say there's still a slight question mark over that, but we're pretty confident to say it's an execution. I would go with that. So we didn't know at that time who they were. So of course we could speculate all the different scenarios of Anglo-Saxons capturing Viking raiders or Viking raiders executing Anglo-Saxons. There's also the thing that happens during this period is it was quite common for treaties to be formed with the exchange of hostages, for example. So they could have been executed hostages, where the hostages had been left and then people hadn't kept their side of the bargain, and then they have this execution.
There is one other event which might hold relevance. The Saxon king Ethelred was so exasperated by conflict with the Viking Danelaw that he ordered all Scandinavians living in Britain, even peaceful settlers, to be killed. It was known as the Massacre of St. Brice's Day. Evidence has been found elsewhere that might fit with this, but it's more haphazard, involving a broad range of people, including women and children. Ridgeway Hill is all male, and seems more regimented than the chaos of civilian massacre. Using sources from the time, Dave and his team speculated possible explanations.
One or two people have put forward the idea that it wasn't so much a massacre might not have been so much a massacre of the civilian population, but it could have been Ethelred's idea to get rid of his Viking mercenaries who he had working for him, who he decided he no longer needed. Which actually I would say that's possible. It's certainly possible that could be the case. However, it's also possible that it could be a boatload of Viking raiders who have been captured. It could be possible that the Vikings have taken over the area and are marching all the male population from Weymouth up to the hill and executing them. The fact that it happens in that location, though, which is the location you would think of for the Anglo-Saxon judicial process, would lead you down the road of thinking it's Anglo-Saxons doing the executing.
They had bodies reliably dated and had established cause of death. Yet still there was no clear indication from history if the men were traitors, prisoners of war, or Vikings from overseas. But there was another process that in this case would hopefully settle this aspect of the mystery.
We were then very keen to find out where they'd come from. So we had the isotope ratios analysed, and these were taken from their teeth, which reflects the childhood geographic origins of the individuals. But we also took them from their bones, from their ribs and their femur, and these represent where the individuals had spent the latter part of their lives. The femurs very broadly reflecting middle life, and the ribs broadly reflecting most recently before their deaths.
The preliminary isotope results showed that the individuals might have come from a variety of origins, possibly Northern Europe.
One individual seems to have originated from as far north as the Arctic Circle. They'd spent their lives moving around a great deal, but not in each other's company. They'd had very different migratory histories, if you like. The other thing that the isotope work showed is that they hadn't been in the British Isles for very long before they died.
A group of individuals from different origins, widely spread across at least Northern Europe and probably beyond. Certainly foreigners to British shores. It was a fascinating result for Dave and his team.
The results came back very positive and almost just too good to be true, and confirmed that they were of Scandinavian origin. So they were Vikings, to a man.
I think also the interesting thing about the context is it's challenging our ideas of what is traditionally considered to be a Viking warrior. And if these individuals had been, for example, mercenaries and so on, they don't fulfill the image that we have of a typical Viking warrior. And clearly this is showing that they were coming from diverse places that we hadn't really perhaps contemplated before.
Foreign men and boys, who had neither grown up in Britain nor had been there very long. But this still didn't answer whether they were captured or ransomed fighters. Soldiers as opposed to sailors. This time, it wasn't evidence that was an indicator. It was the lack of it.
We didn't see any evidence of healed trauma that suggested that they'd been in some kind of former conflict, which you might expect if you were dealing with a group of warriors. And that was noticeably absent.
Veteran soldiers, or at least individuals who'd been in conflict before, often exhibit healed wounds on their bones. The whole story of Ridgeway Hill made the archaeologists consider the wider context. What was happening in Britain around the end of the 10th and the beginning of the 11th century.
The point about a find like this is that it basically changes the way that we look about the Viking Anglo-Saxon interaction on the south coast. It just brings to life what you read about in history books and you see in sort of fictional movies about Vikings and Anglo-Saxons and raiding going on. It just brings that whole thing to life, and you've got an event which you can now document and you can speculate about what's going on. And I think that really does change the way that we actually think about it. And I think that's what archaeology does. It brings things to life. It brings reality to history, and I think it's an amazing discovery.
Was this an isolated incident? A large group of men, likely raiders or at least boat crew, put to death close to the coast. With more than 2 centuries of coastal raiding in the Viking Age as we now know it, it seems unlikely that this was the only time an execution like this ever happened. From the archaeology and the analysis, a vision forms of what might have happened here. A group of men, from their teens to their 40s and 50s, led up here, from capture on the coast, or perhaps trial or prison at Dorchester. Either way, they almost certainly used the old Roman road.
We're standing now on the Roman road itself. It's coming up from Weymouth behind us, and it's extremely likely, because this is the only route really at the time that was in use to get across the Ridgeway, it's extremely likely that the Vikings either came up here initially as a raiding party or were brought up here.
The Roman road crested the ridge here, between 2 ancient burial mounds.
So if you're looking over there, you see beyond the tree, just over there is the grave site itself, and you've got a pretty unspoilt view here of what it must have looked like at the time. You get a very good idea of the lie of the land, which is rising up gently along the ridge top, eastwards in that direction, and back to westwards behind us as well, in this sort of very nice little natural depression in the Ridgeway.
And it also forms a sort of a natural arena. You know, people could have been sitting on each hill looking down into it to the event that was taking place not far from where we're standing here then.
Yeah.
In which case it's quite a spectacular place in more ways than one, really.
Yes, and they may well have known the site anyway, because they would have quite probably regularly come across the Ridgeway on the Roman road, so it's basically where the road crosses the Ridgeway, that's the spot to aim for.
And in terms of attracting people, if you've built something like a fire on the top of this hill, then everybody from Dorchester and Weymouth and all around can see where you were supposed to meet, where this event was going to take place.
Yeah.
And of course, in that respect, it's perfect.
A distinct location, a meeting place, the junction of a road and an ancient trackway, a boundary between parishes, marked by ancient burial mounds. All across Britain in Christian Saxon times, such places were used for executions. Perhaps the killing of captured Vikings was a welcome sight.
People probably had quite humdrum lives, they were in great fear of the Vikings, and so this would have been some sort of celebration and a fire. Sounds like a very good idea for not only for guiding people in, but as part of, what must have been a celebration in a way. If, you can use the phrase celebration to describe the sight of 50-odd people having their heads hacked off.
Punishment of the condemned extended to the next world. Victims were buried not in Christian churchland, but here in the ancient burial ground. Perhaps as pagan Vikings, this at least, the men did not mind. Whether a celebration or a subjugation, whatever the men's origin, whatever the men's crimes, whatever happened here is likely to remain a mystery.
Ridgeway Hill, I have to say, is still a puzzle. We don't know why this was done. Clearly, the locals were annoyed with somebody, a group of people who did not come from there. Is it a group of Viking raiders who get captured and meet a nasty end? Is it some kind of reprisal? Is it a political act? We just don't know. Personally, I try not to speculate about those things that we simply can't know at the moment. It's possible that there will be some new discovery that sheds more light on it. But I prefer to see it as an indication of the kinds of things that were probably going on all over the place in violent times. This was a troubled period of English history. Social tensions are running high. This is the kind of thing that can happen.
The coast and headlands around Britain might yet conceal more evidence of these violent times. Other graves on other coastland hills. But the blanket of the landscape has descended again, and the same sea beyond remains a silent witness.
It's interesting to think that this is where some of the early Viking raids took place on Portland. And of course, a couple of hundred years later, this is where our individuals ended up losing their lives. Whatever we understand by the word Viking, whether it's a raider or whether it's a thief basically who's come from across the sea, they were still individuals, and they came here presumably to better themselves one way or another. I think scientifically, when we analyse the bones of people, sometimes it's hard to imagine, or sometimes it's easy to forget really that these were real people. And so we're trying to pull out the information, the data, but basically these were real people. They came from across the sea, they landed on these shores, they were potentially raiding or whatever they were doing this landscape, but this is where they died, and it's not difficult to imagine that they looked out across the sea just before they died, and this was the last thing they saw.
An island at the edge of a kingdom. Prophecy, superstition, and fear. Wolves from the sea, terror from the north. A haven of solitude, a beacon for pilgrims. A place of worship, a sanctuary. But at high tide, the saints turned their backs.
The attack on Lindisfarne was an atrocity.
A new peril to the followers of Christ.
If you think about it, they could have rung the bell all day and no help was coming.
Predators, slavers, plunderers.
Why would anybody not have a dragon to guard their treasure?
what ruins were left behind by the first Viking raid on Lindisfarne.
They didn't care that these were holy men. They didn't care that this was a peaceful place.
From rubble and bones, the evidence is now emerging of a time when all of Europe was about to change. 300 years peace had reigned. Now the winds had turned. The dawn of a new age. The dawn of the Viking Age. From the late 8th to the mid-11th centuries, the Scandinavian peoples burst from their frontiers almost wherever the seas could take them. They ranged north to Greenland and the Baltic, eastwards to Russia, Constantinople and the Middle East, westwards across the Atlantic to Newfoundland. Most of all, they voyaged to Europe, to Germany, France, Ireland and Britain. They came trading and they came raiding, or Viking. For centuries they were regarded as barbaric. Their civilization was lost. Yet echoes remain down the ages of the ones called the Northmen. Through archaeology now we can explore the world of Viking life by understanding the realm of the Viking dead. The era we know as the Viking Age began on a remote island off the coast of northern Britain. Scandinavian raiders attacked the Northumbrian monastery of Lindisfarne. They killed, looted, and enslaved the peaceful monks. It was an outrage that sent shockwaves through Anglo-Saxon Britain and also across Christian Europe. Never before had such an atrocity happened against the house of God and his children. It was just the beginning. In the decades after, more raids followed, and over the next 2 centuries, Scandinavian kingdoms in Europe had grown far from their homelands. They're known to us now as Vikings, and their influence is still familiar today. What is it about these people and their period in history that fascinates us?
I think the romance of heading out there into the wilds, setting forth across the sea to find fortune.
People who would die for honour, people who would die to save their reputations, they had a system of values which is very different to our own.
Here are these people that come around, do what they want, take what they want, enjoy themselves to the maximum, and then just disappear and sail into the sunset.
Even for historians and archaeologists, it's still these stereotypes that tend to draw us to the Vikings. We know there was much more to their society and everyday life, yet they still embody something to us, in a way that virtually no other group of people in history does. Where does this deep appeal lie?
I think it's partly that they embody qualities that we might like to have. They're supposed to be adventurous. They travel a lot. They're curious. They have a great imagination. And yet also behind that is a much darker reality, something that I think ought to worry us more than it does. Their violence, their cruelty, the very grim fatalism of their world. They are like us and yet not. Not people to admire, in my view, but my goodness, they're interesting.
How did this extraordinary culture come about? And what can we learn about them? Dismissed as they were for many years as mere barbarians. To find out how the Viking world began, What can we discover of that one fated day on the Northumbrian coast, when a new page in history was created, for good or bad, after the first Viking raid on Lindisfarne? After the attack on Lindisfarne, Anglo-Saxon monks wondered why such horror had befallen their brothers in the year 793. In this year, dire portents appeared in the sky over Northumbria and sorely frightened the people. They consisted of immense whirlwinds, and flashes of lightning and fiery dragons were seen flying in the air. Of this calamity in unusual happenings or strange conduct. What is the meaning of the bloody rain which we saw in Lent in the city of York in the church of St. Peter, falling in a clear sky menacingly from the top of the roof? Punishment by blood was coming from the north upon these people. Its beginnings may be seen in the blow which recently fell upon the house of God. Bloody rain and dragons aside, there were real portents that a clash of cultures was going to happen. The year 789. At Portland on Britain's south coast, 3 unknown craft made landfall. There came for the first time 3 ships of Northmen. The reeve rowed out to meet them and tried to force them to go to the king's residence, for he did not know what they were, and they slew him. These were the first ships of the Northmen, which came to the lands of the English. Just a few years later, in 792, Offa, ruler of the powerful Anglo-Saxon kingdom of Mercia, ordered the strengthening of defences along the coast of Kent. It seems someone already knew there was a threat out there. Around 200 miles north of Kent, there was no such rebuilding of defences. In fact, the next year, when the Scandinavians attacked, there were no defences at all. More than 1,000 years later, Lindisfarne has hardly changed. The Holy Island is on northeastern England's Northumberland coast. It's separated from the mainland by just over a mile of sandy causeway. Even today, it's only crossable at low tide. Twice a day you can cross. Twice a day, it's reachable only from the sea. Archaeologist Tim Sutherland has worked on digs across Europe, but never yet on Lindisfarne.
It's in an incredibly remote place, but when you get to this part of the causeway, it's just sky. There's very little around you. It's endless amounts of sea and sky. It's a stunningly beautiful place.
He's excavated mass graves from later medieval battlefields, but so far not from Viking or Saxon times. He's here to discover what might remain of the people who were here at the time of that first raid, who lived and worshipped on Lindisfarne.
I think the whole reason people would come here would be for isolation, because you are nearly always cut off. It's something that always sticks in your mind, is that you are right on the periphery of life out here.
As the name suggests, Holy Island was a hugely important religious centre for the Anglo-Saxons of Northumbria. You can still see the route laid out for pilgrims to cross the causeway in later centuries. A monastery was established on the island in the year 634 by the Irish monk and later saint Aidan. Aidan had been a part of the monastic community at Iona on the western coast of Scotland. By founding his monastery on a remote part of the coast, Aidan was continuing a tradition that was already widespread in the monastic communities of Britain and Ireland. It also became a centre of learning, most notably in the form of the Lindisfarne Gospels, which were produced in the early 700s. The Gospels were so finely rendered that later generations assumed that they must have been crafted by angels. For more than 150 years, Christian monks had lived and worshipped on the island of Lindisfarne. The Holy Island may have been a monastic site, but it was far from being a closed community. It had workshops and farms which had to be supplied or had to sell their wares. Quantities of vellum, inks and pigments to produce gospels, ivory, silver and other precious metals to decorate their covers. Traders and merchants would have been frequent visitors to the isolated site. Lindisfarne was also a prestigious jewel in the Northumbrian crown. Since Aidan, many of its abbots had also been canonized as saints. The early Christian church had a weakness for silver and gold. The richness of Lindisfarne's chapel would have been famous along the coastline of Britain and beyond. Archaeologist and writer Max Adams has researched the situation in Northumbria at the time of the first Viking raid.
Any monastery sitting on the east coast of Britain is a cash machine waiting to be emptied.
No wonder then that Scandinavian raiders turned their heads. Vikings then didn't just appear out of nowhere at Lindisfarne. Foreign travellers and traders, including Scandinavians, would have been very familiar.
They've been wrecking Britain for so long, they know where everything is, and actually now is the time to start going and cashing in on all that knowledge.
We don't know why the Scandinavians began raiding, apparently all of a sudden, at the end of the 8th century. It could be that Lindisfarne was just the first major raid that we know about. And in the centuries preceding the Viking Age, questing for treasure was already a part of a storytelling culture.
Treasure is guarded by dragons, can only be won by deep cunning, bravery, and any attempt to steal treasure will be met with the vengeance of a god. Unlike Scandinavian treasure, the treasures held by the monks, that treasure is not guarded by dragons, it's guarded by prematurely balding men dressed in monks' habits, not carrying swords, with no combat training at all.
There certainly were no pagan dragons, nor even armed guards here. Holy Island's monks trusted only to the protection of the saints.
Imagine the Scandinavian raiders' point of view. Why would anybody not have a dragon to guard their treasure?
On the 8th of January, the raiding of heathen men miserably devastated God's church in Lindisfarne Island by looting and slaughter. Word of the outrage spread fast among the monasteries of Europe. We know hints of what happened from a letter written by a monk named Alcuin, who wrote to Higbald, abbot of Lindisfarne, who survived. Your tragic sufferings daily bring me sorrow, since the pagans have desecrated God's sanctuary, shed the blood of the saints around the altar, laid waste the house of our hope, trampled the bodies of the saints like dung in the street. Where is the God of the Christians? Alcuin himself wasn't present during the raid, but he'd clearly heard news from either Higbald or from others who survived. The only other account we have is more than 200 years later, from Simeon of Durham's chronicle, Historia Regum. They came to the church of Lindisfarne, laid everything waste with grievous plundering, trampled the holy places with polluted steps, dug up the altars, and seized all the treasures of the holy church. They killed some of the brothers, took some of them away in fetters. Many they drove out, naked and loaded with insults. Some they drowned in the sea. These few written fragments are all we have about what happened. But what other evidence might exist? Could archaeology tell us anything about the attack on Lindisfarne? The ruins you can still see today are those of the second priory. Abandoned after the Reformation in the 16th century, this building replaced the original priory that the Vikings supposedly damaged or destroyed. We don't know. Those original remains have been lost and forgotten for centuries. Now archaeologists are doing their best to find them again.
As soon as you read about the Viking period, we're drawn straight into Lindisfarne. But archaeologically, this is such an undiscovered place. There are archaeological excavations in this iconic place that will really lead us into the way forward in terms of our research into the Viking period.
There's nothing left on the surface now from the Anglo-Saxon priory. Yet over the years, some clues have been found. These are all that remain of the lives of people who lived a millennium ago. Grave markers of the Anglo-Saxon people, perhaps even some of the monks, who lived here around the time the Vikings came. But there's one stone that's different. It was found in the early 20th century, and it seems to carry an echo of the terrible events at Lindisfarne in 793. It seems to depict Viking warriors, clad in armour, carrying axes and swords, and it became known as the Doomsday Stone.
You see these warriors with their axes. It's so easy to interpret that as the Viking raid on Lindisfarne.
But you can't carbon date stone, and the context of its finding is lost, so it's not known if it's from the time of the raid. It could be earlier or later. In 2017, an archaeological project set out to investigate Lindisfarne's lost religious buildings. Enclosing the seaward side of the monastic site is a natural embankment of whin rock called the Hu. It's like a protective arm around Lindisfarne's little harbour. The whole area is now a nature reserve.
The Hu that we're sitting on top it's always been really important from a safety point of view as a defensive point on the island, but the whole of this rocky outcrop is important archaeologically.
Archaeologists have always suspected there were buildings on the Hu. But what could they have been?
We've always thought there was buildings on the Hu. In fact, it's dotted with structure-like features that have come up in geophysics that have been done over the years. So already speculation that it's a church building. So this was a sort of evaluation to establish the size, possible function and features and hopefully date.
The dig was brought about by a trust that was formed to protect Lindisfarne, its heritage and natural environment. Many of its staff are local volunteers.
It's a fantastic community project. You know, I think we've got volunteers from the wider community from all over Northumberland and southern Scotland, right as far as Newcastle and beyond, and up towards Edinburgh. Some of these volunteers have dug with us for years. They're fantastic. They're extremely knowledgeable. They call us the professionals, but they know as much as us in many respects, and especially finding something like this, which is brand new to everyone. There are very few experts in this sort of period.
The dig has revealed a building that had very solid foundations.
We've uncovered all of the stone foundations and found essentially an oblong building in two parts. We've certainly got a doorway at the west end, which is off-centre to the north, and we've got a doorway right at the west end of the south side of the building, and another possible doorway in the sort of middle of the north part of the nave. And regarding windows, very little, but we've got a few very, very crudely dressed window heads and sills that came mostly from the east part of the building.
It does seem very much like a chapel or small church. At each stage of the dig, they try to understand visually the structure that they're excavating.
I'm producing illustrations that show the site as it may have appeared at the time. So I have to change the perspectives, maybe make it a bit more dramatic for kind of artistic purposes, include the hills when you may or may not be able to see them from that view, but they are there and they would be seen by somebody who's approaching from the sea.
A small, thick-walled building with a separate room, perhaps a sanctuary. It could be a church or chapel. The original priory might have had one or even several chapels around the monastic enclosure. Could this building have been here at the time of the Viking raid?
It may be the site of the very earliest church on Lindisfarne, but they could have been built any time throughout the later 7th century into the 8th, 9th or even early 10th centuries. I think all of those dates are feasible.
Lindisfarne's founder, St Aidan, came here at the behest of the Northumbrian king Oseberg, whose seat of power was just across the water at Bamborough. St Cuthbert continued his work here in the decades before the Vikings came. A chapel here on the Hu would have looked down on the priory area and would have been visible far out to sea. A clue that supports this idea comes from analysis of the type of stone that was used.
Certainly the initial look at the stones that we've got here, there seem to be two different types of stone, one which has been used for the foundation and a different type of stone which is not as hard as the foundation stones, which is more fissile, but it's also this really rather bright whitish grey colour. It would make the church stand out on the horizon. And in combination with the fact that we're on top of a youth here of whinstone, and the combination of the two of those will give it an interesting stature.
Faced with pale sandstone, the walls of the chapel might have shone with the morning sun. The priory buildings would have been hidden by the Hu, but high on top, the chapel would certainly have been visible from Bamborough. Over the decades, Cuthbert and the later monks built Lindisfarne into that very renowned religious centre, which eventually became the object of Scandinavian envy.
When we think of the term monk, we potentially have a certain view in our mind, but what did they really do? What were these people, how were they living? Especially in this early Christian period in Britain.
Just off the Lindisfarne shore is St Cuthbert's Island. It's one of the places he lived to seek seclusion, even here. It's said that his dwelling had walls so high that all he could see was the sky. Chris Monk is an expert in Anglo-Saxon Christian religion.
Yeah, I think when you just walking over here today, when we saw some people walking barefoot across the stones and obviously this place even today inspires people on some form of pilgrimage, whatever the motive is behind doing that. Even probably people that aren't particularly religious feel an affinity with a place like this. Its very landscape draws you in, I think, and the sounds and the sounds of the seals and the birds.
People from all kinds of backgrounds might have been part of this monastic community.
In the decades after Cuthbert and before the raid in 793, there were people that would retire to the monastic life. Life was busy for monks, and they had various duties that they had to perform. The most important, of course, was God's work, Opus Dei, which would involve them at various hours of the day, throughout the day, spending time in a religious service. They would be singing the Psalms, there'd be readings from the Bible. But they also had and were expected, each one, to carry out some kind of manual labour. So that might be milking the cows, making ale, maybe working in one of the workshops, metalwork, for example. I can imagine the brothers helping out with the fishing and the cockling and helping with the nets. You could imagine that. And really, although
all of the brothers were expected to engage to some degree in this kind of work. It would vary perhaps to do with their seniority. So a senior monk, one that had been in the monastery for some time, may well have some special duties, perhaps to do with reproducing biblical texts, working in the scriptorium. And that would be their manual labour, because it would have a physical aspect to it. It's back-breaking work, eye-straining work. You know, they may well be involved also in preparing the vellum.
Also, the brothers were of all ages here.
Yeah, one of the things that people often don't realise is that part of the monastic community were children. There were young children as young as 7 who were oblates that were brought by their parents to be dedicated to the monastic life, and they would be trained up and eventually become novices and then become full-blown monks. They'd learn Latin, and they'd learn to write, and they'd gradually develop the skills.
These were the kinds of people who were present when the world turned upside down and the raiders came to Lindisfarne. Hard-working, learned, earnest people, including children. All of them defenceless. Another archaeological project hopes to explore where some of these people might still lie, right here. An initial dig in 2016 made some significant finds, and on the very last day, they found a suspected skeleton burial, but they were out of time. Now in 2017, they're hoping to reopen this trench and fully explore the burial.
What was good about the site here, obviously, is that they were finding skeletal remains, and in theory, these could be some of the earliest skeletons ever found on Lindisfarne. Trying to find evidence of the archaeology of the Viking period is very rare, and they might have come across it in abundance here. What they're really after is the evidence of the raids in that Viking period, and that would be exceedingly rare.
The project is a joint venture with a long-term aim on the island.
Dig Ventures is on site here at Lindisfarne with Durham University on year 2 of a 5-year project looking for the very early medieval monastery that would have been established here by St. Aidan.
And this year, there's a new digger on hand to help with the excavations.
So they tell me you're an archaeologist.
It has been known, yes, in a long time ago now, though, most of it.
Well, how long has it been since you actually did any digging, though?
A couple of years, so my knees are probably recovered by now, so I should imagine if I do some, it'll probably hurt.
Well, it's about time to get you out from behind your computer. Do you fancy a wee scratch about?
Definitely, but
all right.
I'm going to trowel, that's the problem.
An archaeologist who travels without a trowel?
Exactly,
well,
that's the thing. I'll say it's been a couple of years.
All right, well, you're going to have to use mine then, I'm afraid.
All right, thank you very much. Right, this is it, is it? Well, it's not going to get lost, is it?
No, well, you know, that's why I did it, because people keep stealing my trowel, and you know...
I've had that problem in the past, so that's a very good way of making sure nobody steals your trowel.
All right, well, we've got just the spot for you.
Excellent.
Straight down.
Excellent.
After you. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to help everybody here sort of picking off the rubble that we know is overlying the earlier phase. Yep. We basically know that we've got 2 phases here. And this later phase, is it a building? Are they graves? We're not really too sure.
But they're potentially burials under here?
Oh yes, we believe so.
And there's lots of human bone around. So.
Lots of human bone.
The team have their own unique approach to archaeology, both in the field and in how the information is disseminated around the world.
Our team is a little bit different than most archaeology teams you'll see out there, and we do community archaeology in that we work with members of the public. We use crowdfunding and crowdsourcing and digital technology to just increase the range of opportunities for people to participate in archaeological research.
The reason why we do things so differently here at Dig Ventures is because we're crowdfunded. And that means that about half of the people who support the dig don't ever come to site. They're based all over the world, some in the UK, many in the US, but all over Europe and even Australia. So it's vitally important that the material that we excavate, the finds that we discover, and all the context records that we make get published instantly, and they can share in the joy of discovery, just as we are in the trenches.
Just keep on scrolling.
cool.
You've seen many of the team recording out there using their smartphones or iPads of the skeletal remains that they're discovering. Well, just as soon as that material is recorded on the iPad, whether photos are taken on there or whether they've written little notes in there, well, that goes straight onto a dedicated website on our main website, a Lindisfarne microsite. It's called Digital Dig Team. And in that you'll be able to see how those artefacts relate to other things that have been found. And it means that we can also make 3D models as well, so that people can see exactly what it is that we've got, almost as though they were holding it in their own hands.
Back in the trench, the team are making progress. As the dig goes on, it's becoming more apparent how this part of the priory grounds has changed over the centuries.
This would have been probably open fields, and there would have been very little stone around, and it might have been cultivated. And then what happens is that they have the monastic buildings behind, or some religious structure, and then they need a burial ground. So you go and put the burials near your structure, your church or your chapel, and then of course you need more burial ground, so you slowly move out into the fields. And it's just like a lot of village chapels. They start off as a very small area, may even be something very quite private or insular, and then eventually the monastic or the religious buildings need more space as well, so they start moving out, and of course eventually they consume the burial area.
But then as the decades and centuries go by, these buildings are in turn demolished and the area levelled. And as it seems happened here, it then reverted to use as farmland.
The burials underneath it start getting disturbed, and then so the tops of the burials start crumbling off and bits of bone start poking out the surface. And so at the surface it looks like a complete mash of stone and bone and all sorts of different things going on. So you've got to try and make some sort of sense of it. Slowly as you go down and down, you get less and less rubble, less and less disturbed material, until you come down to the original structures, the foundations and the original burials.
And these original burials are now starting to emerge.
And just here, we're starting to get the bottom end of a skeleton. So we've got a pair of parallel leg bones just coming through. Then we've got our pelvis, and it looks like the hands are crossed over the pelvis. And that's really the first bit of articulated skeleton we've got. Everywhere we dig, we've got bits of human bone. So we've got skull, long bones all over the place. So to actually find proper skeleton, roughly the right alignment for a Christian burial is absolutely perfect, just what we wanted. Couldn't ask for more right now. After we finished a dig last year, we got some carbon-14 dating on the bones we'd found. And we had 3 dates and they all came back as early medieval period, not later. So I'm happy that everything we're getting now, this is part of the early medieval cemetery, absolutely.
There's no way to be certain exactly when these people lived, but it's possible they were here in the earliest days of the monastery. Perhaps they even worshipped in the chapel up on the Hu.
These are probably the guys who were certainly familiar with the things like the creation of the Lindisfarne Gospels. These are guys who would have either, if they hadn't known Cuthbert in person, they would have known other people who would have known St Cuthbert. These may have been the first people who saw Viking boats arriving across the seas, coming out of the mist. So yeah, they are part of the period when Lindisfarne, as an Anglo-Saxon monastery, was absolutely at its height.
Discovery of the skeletons has made the project a real success, although the hard work of conservation and analysis is all still to come. Some of the people buried here might have heard stories of that first raid on Lindisfarne, or have known others who survived, or they might have been unlucky enough to have borne witness themselves.
Well, it is impossible to be on site here at Lindisfarne without wondering, as you look around the area, where was it? Where did they pull up their boats? You know, what would the place have been when the monks realized that their life was about to change irrevocably and the Viking Age was about to kick off in what is now England? So, you know, we feel it constantly, and particularly moments like we're having on site where there's so much human remains come up.
What can we know about how the raid happened? The raiders must have come at high tide, when they could get their boats right up to the island, and when the island was cut off from help, even from the major Northumbrian fortress at Bamborough, just 4 miles away across the bay. Archaeologist Graham Young has spent more than a decade excavating and studying Bamborough and its rich archaeology from Saxon and later Viking times.
It's hard to imagine that you're going to get into the awkward harbour at Lindisfarne anything other than a clear day. So you have to come around via the south part of the island to get into the harbour. You would have been in plain sight of the fortress throughout that voyage. Presumably initially thought of as an unusual merchant set of vessels. Probably it took many hours to find out that there's anything untoward happening. But it would have happened and unfolded right in front of them, even if they weren't fully aware of what was happening initially.
The natural harbour of Lindisfarne might have afforded protection from the elements and the sea, but not from raiders from the sea.
You can really see how much the landscape has changed around here. Down there we've got the old harbour area and the raised beach, and up here we've got the elevated piece of ground which has obviously been added to over the years until we've got this nice plateau on which everything's been built. Early on, before all this dried up, you could have got ships very close inland, which means the raiders could have come straight into it, done their work and been out and gone before anybody really realised what had happened.
Who knows how quickly the alarm was raised, if at all.
We know from modern society that the people most likely to do you harm are people you already know. You let them in. There is a possibility that these people already have a relationship with Lindisfarne. They may be on their annual visit to Lindisfarne, for all we know, and it may be that they're trading and the deal goes wrong. It's perfectly plausible. It may not be malice aforethought. It may be just a deal that goes wrong. I think we must allow for all sorts of scenarios that morning or whenever it is that they row up through the mist and row themselves into Lindisfarne harbour. And the monks come down and take the tow line from them and bring them in. What have you got for us? Well, what have you got for us?
Once you start ringing the bell, no help is coming. You're completely cut off. And you might as well be on Mars, because the nearest help is over in Bamborough, and they're too far away.
Alcuin the monk suspected the raid was due to the brothers of Lindisfarne becoming too lax in their worship. What security is there for the churches of Britain if St. Cuthbert, with so great a throng of saints, will not defend his own? Either this is the beginning of greater grief, or the sins of those who lived there have brought it upon themselves. With his deeply Christian mindset, Alcuin saw the raid as God's wrath visited on his own people by the heathen Vikings. The heathens themselves, though, probably had a more pragmatic outlook.
I don't think the Vikings think like that at all. It's easy money.
Some of the brothers, if they were perhaps out and about, may have rushed back to to the inner sanctum, to the church, to the altar. To either protect what was there or to get protection for themselves as well. We know from what Alcuin writes that blood was shed around the altar. The blood of the saints was trampled on like manure, he says. I imagine them perhaps running there. Maybe some of the children ran there too. Maybe one of the masters took the schoolmasters took the children there. I think perhaps some of the individual monks might have their past history, their involvement in the world might have made them want to take up arms, as it were. Some of them may well have wielded a sword in the past. But monks are not meant to do that. They're meant to love their enemies.
It's known from the accounts that when the Vikings came, they took away some of the people here, either for ransom or for sale as slaves. Very likely, among the most lucrative of these captives were the children.
I think it must have been particularly terrifying for those young boys. I mean, Alcuin in his letter refers to young boys being taken captive that day, taken prisoner. When you think about it, the attack on Lindisfarne was an atrocity. What shocked people was the fact that it must have felt in some way as if God had abandoned them.
Still no archaeology has been found which reveals traces of the awful events of the raid on Lindisfarne. No evidence of burnt buildings. So far, no trauma on skeletons which might show death from conflict. Only the written evidence of the monks betrays the deep scars that were inflicted by the outrage.
I'm here standing in that place where that happened, where those, the sound of the sword going through somebody's body, or the smell of blood and guts, and the screams of children as they were carried off back to the boats. You probably wouldn't hear the sound of the seals anymore, would you? Or the curlews. You'd be, the sounds of children, terrified screams. They're just not knowing what their future holds. As all these horrendous sounds started to recede as the Vikings went away, the brothers would be left with the sounds as they were before, the sounds of the wind, the sounds of the birds, the sounds of the seals, and they're just left to cope with the aftermath.
No one will ever know the fate of all those who were taken, nor how many died. But in 793, a page in history had been turned, and a new age had begun.
One thing's for certain, whatever happened here on that day in Lindisfarne, it was just the beginning, because the Vikings were coming.
A mysterious mound, folklore and legend. A fortune teller's words come true. A sight unseen in centuries, the greatest icon of the Viking Age.
It is definitely a symbol of the Viking Age.
A vessel on its final voyage. A ship of beauty, a ship of the dead.
They clearly belong in the grave. This was their place to be.
A story of ingenuity, of one of the greatest excavations in Viking archaeology.
The two women of Oseberg are a mystery in every sense.
And the discovery of the most stunning and intriguing grave ship ever yet discovered. The mysteries of the Oseberg. From the late 8th to the mid-11th centuries, the Scandinavian peoples burst from their frontiers almost wherever the seas could take them. Through archaeology, now we can explore the world of Viking life by understanding the realm of the Viking dead. Strange blow history's winds at times, down the centuries. There is so much about the Vikings that we can't really understand. All we are left are traces and shades. The full spectrum, so far, remains unrevealed by time and the earth. What is left to us from those times and those people is usually connected with death. The time when the living mark the passing of the dead into the next world. And for us, into the archaeological record. This is the story of an incredible burial, and of individuals whose lives and importance we can only wonder at, from the fragments which remain of their passing into that next world.
One of my specialist fields is the Viking way of death. I'm really interested in how and why they deal with mortality. Oseberg is the most spectacular Viking burial ever found. That's not just a sort of empty superlative, it's literally true.
Oseberg, or Oseberg, was the name given to the beautiful ship buried with its amazingly well-preserved cargo more than 1,000 years ago. It was discovered at the dawn of the 20th century. The excavation was one of the first worldwide archaeological sensations, and this almost 2 decades before Howard Carter opened Tutankhamun's tomb.
One of the most famous excavations of the 20th century, and now we know it as a nationally important symbol of the whole of Norway. And internationally, it's like famous around the world. It is the iconic Viking ship. Whenever we see Viking ships, we see some sort of representation of this ship.
The Oseberg boat, with its distinct serpent stem head, was raised from the ground in the summer of 1904. Anaerobic conditions in the grave meant that, very unusually, organic objects were incredibly well preserved. There were staggering finds of hundreds of objects: wood, bone, leather, and even textiles. Yet amid all this, in the whole ship, there were found just 2 human skeletons of 2 women. The remains were proclaimed those of the 11th century Norwegian queen Ursa and her servant or slave. Norway had its legendary queen reborn in the new 20th century. And the ship. It was a number of years before the ship was carefully conserved and finally reconstructed. It became known as the Oseberg. It's the first time archaeologist Tim Sutherland has seen the Oseberg boat at first hand.
It is a beautiful thing. What a stunning ship.
The boat is 21.5 metres long and just over 5 metres broad, and made almost entirely from oak.
It is breathtaking, absolutely stunning. The size and the scale of it, it's immense. And in a building like this, it just suits it so nicely because it was made for this ship.
In fact, the museum was specially designed to house the Oseberg and its fellow grave ship, the Gokstad. For decades, archaeologists focused on the amazing preservation of the ship and the artefacts. The skeletons of the two women, by comparison, were all but forgotten. After they were measured and recorded, little more could be done with them. But they were supposedly Norwegian royals, however ancient, so they were reburied. There had never been any proof that the bones were those of Queen Ursa, and so, the evidence gone, the greatest mystery of the Oseberg went uninvestigated. Who were the two women? Why were they buried so grandly? Were they a queen and her servant? Were they both of royal blood? Or were they something else? In the early 21st century, moves were made to re-examine some of these questions. Norwegian archaeologists and osteologists revisited the story of the Oseberg and of the bones. Tonsberg archaeologist Terje Gonsom was instrumental in reopening the investigation. He and everyone else wanted to find out more about the two mysterious women.
Oseberg is very hard to understand, and things that are hard to understand can easily be mythical. And of course, it's intriguing.
In 2007, the skeletons were disinterred in the hope that modern science could reveal something more about the two individuals.
Good morning, ladies.
Ellen Marie Ness is the curator of the Oseberg exhibits in Oslo's Viking Ship Museum.
So here they are, the two ladies who were buried inside that ship. And I think it's so amazing that they're here, that we can see them, that we can study them, that we have them.
The skeletons were forensically re-examined to confirm their sex and, as far as possible, their age at the time of death.
And this one is the older one, and she managed to be incredibly old when she died, perhaps around 80. And the younger one, a young lady, around 50 or 60.
Good ages, though, for that period.
Absolutely, but you know, it's better to be rich and healthy than poor and sick. There are also so many things to learn from the bones.
The two women had certainly lived long lives relative to the times. Dendrochronology of the ship's timbers suggested the burial had taken place around the autumn of 834 AD. This meant that they had both been born prior to what we now consider the start of the Viking Age, around 793 AD. The two skeletons were incomplete, but from what remained, it was found that both had survived various injuries and ailments in their lives. But there was nothing to confirm what had killed either individual, although it was found that the older woman had suffered for some time with cancer. Analysis of the isotopes contained within their tooth enamel revealed that one of the women was probably Scandinavian in origin or descent, while the other, the older, may have descended from further east, possibly, though not certainly, from the region we now know as Iran. The story of the excavation to raise the Oseberg is also intriguing. Tim travels south from Oslo to see for himself the mysterious mound in which the ship burial rested for more than a millennium. Tonsberg is reputedly the oldest town in Norway. Bora, not far away, seems to have been an area for royal burials. Numerous mounds have been found here. But the Oseberg mound is on its own, well away from here, and not in any known burial ground. Perhaps that's why for so long it lay untouched.
Now you see the valley, right? You have the church straight in front of you.
Yeah.
And it slopes down on both sides.
Yeah, there it is.
And there it is.
Tim's being shown around by local Tonsberg historian Thor Hoidvin. He studied the story of the burial's discovery and the archaeological dig which followed. It's a strange tale, with its own blend of myth, folklore, and superstition. The mound itself isn't exactly hidden, but nor is it in a prominent position in the broad, shallow valley. It's low down, tucked away by a small winding creek.
What a bizarre place to put a burial mound.
Yes.
When you've got so many sort of high places that are outcrops of rock and things all the way around.
Yeah.
You know, if you wanted to do something out of the way, you could, or more prominent, you put them on the higher ground.
The mound remained intact and half forgotten for centuries after the Vikings. Such places were suspected to contain ancient burials, but later generations were wary of digging into them, lest dire consequences should befall them.
Everybody thought that this was a burial site from the Black Plague. If you started to dig in it, you would dig up the pest.
Yep.
And of course, all of Norway would die again.
Fear of the medieval pestilence meant that the mound remained undisturbed until almost the end of the 19th century.
Then in the late 1800s, there comes a farmer, Johannes Hansen.
Little is known about Hansen. He moved to Tonsberg to farm the rich land here. Yet like his forebears in the Viking Age, he was, it seems, no stranger to the sea.
He was not only a farmer, he was also a seaman, a sailor. And he used for periods of time to travel to the United States to be skipper on a barge on the river in New York City.
Hansen was a pilot, guiding the great sailing boats on the Hudson River. And like many sailors of all eras, he was superstitious.
Like many others, he was visiting a fortune teller there.
Yeah.
The fortune teller asked Hansen why on earth he'd come to New York, when the fortune he sought was back home on his farm in Norway, in the mysterious mound, the supposed plague burial.
So he went back home and he started trying to dig a little bit. And he used a long iron rod. And all that came out was some yellow stinking water, which of course made the local population say that,
yeah.
What have we told you?
We told you so. Stop doing it.
This is the Black Plague. You stop doing this.
Whether or not it had to do with the foul effluent from the mound, Hansen soon after caught sick and died. The stage was then set for the next important character in the story. Around the year 1900, a man named Oscar Rom purchased the farm. It's not known if he did so because of the mound and its stories.
He buys the farm. He must have had a hunch because he started systematically to excavate the mound. And in the summer of 1903, on Friday, the 7th of August in 1903, he comes home to his family, drenched in clay and very dirty, but very happy because he has with him a piece of wood with intricate carvings on it.
So far as anyone can be sure, this piece of wood was the first fragment recovered from the burial beneath the mound. Rome could have no clue exactly what it was yet, but it was a sample of what was yet to come. He had to try and gain the interest of Norway's top archaeologist, and he didn't waste any time.
And the next day, which was a very extremely hot August day in 1903, he takes the steamboat into Christiania, as Oslo was called at that time. And he walks the short way from the quayside up to the relatively new-built Cultural Institute. And he walks in, and there sits Professor Gabriel Gustafsson.
Gustafsson was actually Swedish. He was already well respected in Oslo's Cultural Institute, but he could have no idea that what Oscar Rom brought him that warm day would lead to him becoming one of the most celebrated archaeologists in the world.
This farmer, Oscar, comes in and says, I think I have found something very interesting on my property. And then Oscar takes out the piece of wood and shows it to him. And then the professor came to life.
Gustafsson was hooked. The very next day, his birthday, he travelled to see the mound for himself. And the process was set in motion. The Oseberg boat and its silent passengers would be revealed. News of the Oseberg and its treasures spread far and wide as word got out among archaeologists and people interested in Viking history. Archaeology itself was changing at the time, from the leisurely pursuit of amateur antiquarians to something more scientific. It's because of this that there are other treasures from the Oseberg, which help now to tell the story of this incredible dig. To see for himself, Tim heads to the Cultural Institute, where Professor Gustafsson worked. Here in the vault are the dig archives from the excavation. They're almost as important as the artifacts and the ship itself.
This is the documentation from the excavation at Oseberg in 1904. This is Gustafsson's diaries, and this is his sketchbooks.
Anna-Britt Halvorsen is the archivist in charge of this unique trove in Norway's archaeological heritage.
So these are his day-to-day thoughts and what he was doing and what his plans might be.
Yes, it is.
Contained in the notes are traces of the character of an archaeologist who perhaps knew he was working on the most important dig of his life.
You can see that he has just grabbed the book because it's sometimes upside down, and but he dates every.
And of course, this is exactly what we do today. A lot of it is now done digitally, so it's fantastic that these still exist, and it's how he carried out the excavation. This is presumably the excavation trench, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
And it also inside the ship, so it's 9, 10, 11. So we cut it into sections.
Yes.
And excavated
ABC,
it.
A1, 2. Yeah.
And vertically as well. And it's not that different to the way we would do it today, but obviously now we have modern techniques and digital instruments.
Yes, but this is quite modern techniques actually. Writing it all down, having artists drawing.
I think what's really important about this is that these are the first days, the first minutes of the excavations, and of course this went on to be a nationally important site. So is this where all this took place then?
Yes, this building was actually quite new in 1904. They just opened for the public.
These are the very same offices where the professor was dozing that afternoon, hardly expecting what was to happen over the next weeks and months.
And of course it was initially something brought in by a farmer. It was something that could have been something and nothing, but it turned into something massive, something nationally important.
Yeah, this is very important because this is what the farmer, Oskar Rom, this is the wooden piece that he brought to Gustafsson here at his office.
You can just imagine it. It's a hot day, he's waiting to go home, and somebody comes into the office with a piece of wood that's potentially going to change his life. And little does he know what it's going to turn into, but that was the day that literally changed his life. His eyes must have opened and he goes,
okay, yeah.
This is quite important.
I have to check this out.
It started with one piece of wood, but it turned out to be something that is now iconic.
Absolutely.
More than 100 years after the excavation, the Oseberg still has a major international appeal. Many of the artifacts, too, are now displayed here in the Viking Ship Museum. There are so many, though, that even more are kept in store. For some items, the conservation process is still going on. It's fascinating to compare some of these pieces with the drawings in the dig archive. Perhaps most of all, the carved piece of wood that first aroused Gustafsson's curiosity. It's actually the very top of one of the Oseberg's distinctive serpent stemheads. In fact, the artifacts are dominated by animal imagery. Among the most striking are 4 figureheads. They're carved from wood in incredible detail, each one different. Leopards, lizards, or a dragon's head. Like the serpent stemheads of the ship itself, they're famous and almost everywhere you look in the imagery and lore of the Viking Age. What makes the Oseberg artifacts so special is that the vast majority of them are of organic material. mostly wood, bone or textiles. It's very rare that these kinds of materials survive so long in the grave.
Something we tend to forget when we think of the Viking concept of value is textiles. Textiles are very, very time-consuming to make. Other kinds of materials, particularly silk, very expensive. And we know from some of the burials of the Viking Age that really, really flashy clothing, covered in silk, lots of different colours and textures, things that would catch the light when you're in a firelit hall, clothes that would shimmer and glow. That is another kind of wealth, and a very important one.
As well as the boat itself, the dead were provided also with other means of transport. There are several sleds, and the largest item, a large wooden cart. Maybe the two women, advanced in years or too sick or infirm to walk, used these in life. Again, everything is ornately carved, and on the cart is depicted the goddess Freya, who it's said also had a carriage, pulled by cats. The many animal carvings, the goddess imagery. Did the women have a spiritual or shaman-like importance, beyond conventional status through wealth?
There's a lot of that equipment that is not easy to explain, because a lot of things is not just functional, they're quite symbolic. And you have a lot of things preserved that we haven't seen before. And of course, it's intriguing when two women have all this equipment, it's placed in the landscape, and it's hard to try to compare it with other finds, because it's unique.
As well as the sketches that were made, many of these artifacts were also recorded in a different way. One that in 1905 was a technology very new to archaeology. Photography had been around for over half a century, but it was only really now that cameras were becoming practical enough to use as a means of accurate documentary recording. Photographs were taken during the excavation. They not only record the event, for us now, they're glimpses of a lost world, and of some of the first modern archaeologists.
So what we are looking at is some of the photos that they took at excavation, and back then in 1904 it was really something to spend so much resources on taking photos. That's the remains of the burial chamber, the steering oar, the prow. It's a wonderful quality and it tells us so much.
They're black and white, large format slides, so they contain a huge amount of detail.
You can also see that the scale of it, I mean, that's a huge mound. It's a very deep hole it's in, and they've not taken the whole mound away, they've just dug a hole into the middle of it, haven't they?
And that's why it's so nice when they have some people on the photos, because it gives an idea of the size.
Yeah, there is a lot to see in it. I mean, there's obviously the ship, but there's the cut of the excavation, and there's all the tools and the people and all sorts of things lying around. It's a really good story about what's actually happening there. And what's really amazing is you can see the conservation here. I mean, you can see the prow of the ship, and you see all the carving down it there, and it just looks like it looks now. It's unbelievable state of preservation.
Being able to see the famous artifacts just as they were unearthed and before they were lifted gives valuable insight for archaeologists.
They also took some pictures of work in progress, like this mess. And when you look at that closely, you can see what you see. It's actually one of the animal poles.
Yeah.
But today we take hundreds of pictures every day, and they're just snapshots of everything.
Yeah.
But back then, every picture had a price.
Yeah, and every picture took a long time to take.
Yeah.
You didn't just walk up, take it and walk away. You took a long time to prepare it.
And it's so valuable for us today.
Photographs of the dig and the artifacts went around the world. But while people marvelled at the grave goods and the ship, the site of the excavation, the mound itself, was forgotten. Terje Garnsum has been intrigued by the Oseberg burial since childhood. He studied Gustafsson's archive more than anyone. But it's not just the amount of records that Gustafsson kept. It's the kind of things he recorded that Terje found so useful.
Gustafsson was very into having a biologist along, geologist was also there, and a lot of different fields of expertise were collaborating here.
That's very forward thinking for his time then, isn't it?
Yeah, and we should be very grateful that it was the Swedish Gustafsson who actually did the excavation, and he was a lot more advanced than the Norwegian archaeologist used to be.
Gustafsson had trained at Uppsala University, and he'd gained a wealth of experience excavating many Viking Age sites in Sweden, where he'd learned new techniques.
Yeah. So it's a lucky strike that he was the man.
Very fortunate, yeah.
The data collected by Gustafsson was so comprehensive that in conjunction with the new work done on the bones, Terje was able to interpret the funeral in which the nameless women were laid to rest.
We saw that we could divide the stages of the building process into several phases. And actually one of the phases ended up with interpretation that half of the mound was built incorporating the ship, and the ship was standing out from that mound, and that is actually the ritual scene.
Terje believes the Oseberg ship was half buried like this. The front part of the mound deliberately left open, with the foreship exposed to the elements and visible to the living.
And it's in that foreship all the offerings and the rituals took place.
The bodies of the women were probably laid in a chamber or bed that might also have been left partly or completely open, almost like a state funeral, perhaps for people to view the bodies or pay their respects. The mound stayed half open like this for some time, perhaps half a year. They know this because of seed samples of flowers collected by Gustafsson's biologist. Those from the front part of the grave were of a different season to those in the enclosed rear part.
And now we can study the archaeology of the archaeology. And it's by having notes like this you can actually do this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a clue, would we, really?
No. We had to just settle with artifacts and treat the mound as a container. But now we can see that the mound is a construction, very much linked to all the action taking place.
Whether they took place in one great ceremony or several over the most part of a year, the funeral rites must have been impressive.
Every Viking funeral was different. We can classify them into groups, so you have boat burials or what we call chamber graves. They're kind of little underground rooms where you put the dead, sometimes seated in chairs. But when you go inside those graves, what they actually do for just this dead person on this occasion, in this place, is always individual. If you look at the objects, what they do with them, where are they placed in the grave, how? Sometimes you can get a sequence of actions. You can reconstruct how that grave was made. And then with our imaginations, and sometimes from written sources as well, you can fill in the blanks of, well, what was going on? Were they talking? Were they singing? Was it at night? Some of the graves you find evidence for big bonfires and things. Some written descriptions we have, eyewitness accounts of Viking funerals, are at night. The effects of firelight in darkness can be very dramatic.
As well as the myriad objects, decorations and implements, many animals were also consigned to the Oseberg grave. The noises, sights and smells must have been intense. It's hard for us to imagine the impact of all of this on those who were taking part.
There are whole worlds of belief and shades of belief, different people thinking different things, just as at our funerals. You know, do you love the dead person? Did you hate them? Is it an act of duty, looking at your watch? The Vikings did that too, but they did it in different ways to us. And how people view death, how they construct death, because these funerals are deliberate, They can tell us a lot about how they viewed life, and that's what interests me.
If the wealth of the rituals and the value of the offerings reflect the individuals, then we can assume the two women were of high status. But in what way? A queen and her servant or slave, as the Norwegians decided after the excavation?
If you really look into forensic and archaeology, there's nothing different between those other than age. And of course, it could be mother and daughter. We can't tell because the DNA doesn't give us any real answers yet. So actually, I really don't know how to decide which position in the society these two women had. Where of course they are on the highest level of society, but what kind of role did they play? I'm not sure, but they might be connected to rituals and to religion. They might be connected to the aristocracy, but in what proportion these different roles are mixed, I'm not certain. Still a mystery.
The two women of Oseberg are a mystery in every sense. Personally, I think the most important thing is that the grave is that of women. This itself tells us something about who they were and how they were regarded in society.
We know very little about women at the highest levels of Viking society. The word queen might not even be accurate.
We can't really say if the Oseberg burial are about secular or religious power. There have been theories on both of them, both the queen theory and the more sorceress theories. But I think that one thing that we tend to do in modern society, that we separate the secular and the religious spheres of society. But I don't think that that necessarily was the case in the Viking Age, and that secular and religious power were really connected. To separate them, I think it will probably be wrong.
The women were clearly special to the people who buried them, but perhaps beyond royalty alone as we would understand it now. There's something more religious, shamanic even, suggested by the animistic imagery of the artefacts, and even of the serpent stem heads of the ship itself. At first there was a theory that the Oseberg might only have been built for the grave, yet dendrochronology revealed it had been built many miles away in another part of Norway, and it had probably sailed for more than a decade.
So where did it all start then?
We really wanted to take back our heritage, and that's how the idea of building an archaeological replica of the Oseberg ship came about.
The saga Oseberg was begun in 2010 and took 2 years to build here on the quayside in Tonsberg.
So how important do you feel it is for Norway to have a really good replica of the Oseberg ship?
I think it's very important, and for several kinds of reasons. And we have learned a lot on how they really constructed Viking ships, how they were built, and also, I mean, our own pride in our history and knowledge of the history. That has gotten quite a boost as well.
So that's fantastic. The Oseberg ship is a symbol of almost Vikings everywhere.
The King and Queen of Norway were present at the launch, and the replica now sails the fjord and sea just like its forebear more than 1,000 years ago.
Oh, yeah, you can actually. We're about 10 metres from here, and the first thing that strikes you is not just the visual appearance, but also the smell. It's a very peaty, sort of earthy smell, and it's
wonderful.
It's fantastic. Is it okay if we go on board?
Yeah, be my guest.
Excellent. Thanks very much.
Uli Harald Flaten is the saga Oseberg's skipper.
Prepare for the time machine, stepping 1,200 years back in time.
That'll do me. That'll do me. It's very stable, isn't it? I mean, it's such a huge ship. And it's a lot broader than I thought. You can really get a sense of how wide it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It is. It's a beautiful smell. But you can imagine why it smells, because it's all the wood, the different timbers, the ropes, all the tar. And originally all the rigging and the canvas or whatever, it's made of sheep's wool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The original sail. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. It's almost unbelievable, you know, standing here on a perfect replica of the Oseberg ship, even down to the detail in the figurehead. And it's stunningly beautiful. All around the world, whenever you see stories of Vikings, you see that figurehead up there, don't you?
It's an exact replica of the original, not only in its overall structure. Every strake and plank was carefully copied, right down to the smallest detail, including the ship's many intricate carvings. These too have been preserved, leaving some interesting clues about the boat and the women who were buried but also might have sailed aboard it. The DNA analysis of the older woman revealed that it was possible she'd suffered a condition which gave her masculine traits in later life, including maybe facial hair.
1,200 years ago, this was a burial ship, and aboard the ship was 2 women. One of them was around 80 years old. She was walking like this, and she had a disease which made her quite male. She had very deep voice and a beard. I see you...
Not the most beautiful of women then.
But I think quite powerful.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah.
And we think that this woman is the owner of the ship. You see, it's a woman.
Ah, yes.
And you see, she has a
beard. Yeah.
So maybe
that's her then.
That's her.
We know in some cultures, powerful women were sometimes depicted with a beard to appear more masculine. So it could be symbolic, or it could just be coincidence.
And in a prominent place as well,
yeah.
Right on the prow,
yeah,
facing the crew. So definitely an important image.
Absolutely.
Some of the carvings were much more personal and a real bonus for archaeologists to discover on the original.
But I will show you something, because you won't see this at the original because it's well hidden.
So, wow, that's original?
Yeah, that's original.
That's a copy of the original carving?
Yeah, that's Viking graffiti.
But it's not just any old graffiti, is
No.
it? That is, without a doubt, this ship.
Yeah.
So somebody's drawn a picture of this ship on one of the planks of this ship.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable. And it's
maybe they had some spare time and had to do something, or maybe it's a ritual. We don't know.
It's almost as if they're doodling.
Yeah, it is.
They're just sketching and had time to spare. That's really, really nice. I like that. And that's without a doubt, isn't it? I mean, you can tell the way all the lines are drawn. This is definitely this proud.
I'll show you one more thing.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Better than that?
Maybe.
On some excavated boats, carvings have been found, perhaps by the builders or members of the crew, of the outline of a hand or a foot, almost like a signature.
I told you the owner of this ship was quite a small lady. And here,
oh, look at that.
Here we have a carving of a foot. And it's quite a small foot.
The carving is comparable in size to leather shoes from the grave, which show signs of having been used before the burial.
There are some sites especially in Scotland, for example, they apply carvings of feet to quite significant places.
Yeah.
That would be so nice to think that was her foot, wouldn't it?
It would.
One of the greatest mysteries of the Oseberg burial, beyond the ship, the artefacts and the skeletons, is where it was commended to the ground. This part of Norway isn't remote or a wilderness. In the Viking Age, it was much the same as it is now, just farmland.
So you don't know why the mound is there?
No.
That is at all?
No, it's no roads there. We can't connect it to any communication route. And that is the most obvious thing with other rich grey mounds.
Yeah.
And it's not directly linked to a farm. It's like a black hole.
Yeah.
We have tried a lot of different angles and methods, but to be honest, I really don't know how on earth they chose that place. You can say that the mound is a monument, but it's put in an anti-monumental place.
Yeah.
Lowest part in the valley, not visible from very many places from that valley.
Archaeology showed the boats had been dragged over land to this spot. The timber they had used to do this was still beneath the keel.
So it's an active choice putting it down in that valley, but we can't really know why.
So it may be that something that is under even what's left of the mound and the former excavated trench that they put the ship in. There may be something under the whole thing that would tell us why they did it. But
maybe, and maybe not, because...
Whatever reason the location was chosen, another clue in the dig archive suggests that one thing was for sure. The two women were meant to remain right there, right where they were buried.
You always hear that, well, the Vikings, they buried people in a boat so that they could sail into the kingdom of death, but not the two ladies. They were supposed to stay put in the grave. I mean, look at the size of the stone.
And that's the anchor. Do you think that's the real anchor stone?
It's not an anchor stone. It's just made for the funeral.
So this looks like it was meant to tie that ship to the ground in that location.
It certainly looked like.
It's huge.
And it's so interesting why those two ladies shouldn't leave.
That's interesting, isn't it?
So they were supposed to stay there forever.
Leaders, spiritual figures, witches. Perhaps all of these at once. Buried in a beautiful boat, but moored to that place, tied into the grave for some reason. DNA and other analysis in years to come may well reveal more about the two women, but we're unlikely ever to know all the answers.
I think that the key to this is to unpack our assumptions, not to be so sure, so ready to come to conclusions about these graves, and instead to try and begin with what they are, the collections of objects, the particular combinations of people and things and actions at a particular place and a particular time, and then work from there. They clearly belong in the grave. This was their place to be.
The burial ship of the Oseberg weaves its mysteries yet. Aged blackened strakes and rusted nails, twisted hulls and mud-buried keels, shattered prows and storm-broken backs, racked by tides and tide. Skeletons of long-dead vessels, hidden for centuries. Now their stories are brought back to life. An amazing tale of archaeology and ingenuity.
The excavation is absolutely a watershed in Viking studies.
The scattered fragments and wreckage are echoes of forgotten voyages.
There's just so many questions that we still need to answer.
Echoes of the lost Viking fleet of Roskilde. From the late 8th to the mid-11th centuries, the Scandinavian peoples burst from their frontiers almost wherever the seas could take them. Through archaeology, now we can explore the world of Viking life by understanding the realm of the Viking dead. Longships. In the Viking Age, the sight of these craft must have provoked fear. Off the shores of Britain, Europe, or even in Scandinavia itself.
Obviously, one of the things the Vikings are most known for is their ships, these amazing longships. Actually, there's lots of different kinds of them, but it is certainly true that Viking shipping technology is very good indeed, and it's getting better and better all through the centuries prior to the Viking Age and into the age of the Vikings itself. And there's a certain sense, I think, in which that technology is developing because it's needed, but also the potential that it gives means they can do more things with it.
Everyone in the Viking Age who lived coastal near must have known how to sail.
Today, the longboat is the instantly recognizable symbol for Vikings. And yet, for the best part of a millennium, no one ever saw an actual longship. All there were those on Scandinavian picture stones or the Bayeux tapestry at the end of the Viking period. That changed around 800 years later, with the discovery in the 19th century of spectacular boat burials in Norway, like the Gokstad ship. But archaeologists debated whether these boats had ever actually sailed, on the open seas at least, or if they had been specially made for the grave. Then in 1962, in Denmark, the world saw beyond any doubt Viking ships had once sailed the fjords and the seas. The waterway of Pebren at Skuldelev, 20 kilometers north of the city of Roskilde. Archaeologists embarked on one of the most innovative and ambitious rescue excavations ever attempted. It would take them 4 months under time pressure, working in the mud, completely surrounded by the waters of the fjord, and always vulnerable to the elements. But in the end, it revealed to the world not 1 or 2, but 5 real seagoing ships from the Viking Age.
The excavation of the ships at Roskilde is absolutely a watershed in Viking studies. It's many decades in the past now, but it's absolutely fair to say that it transformed our understanding of Viking boat technology. It's also, of course, a really high-profile archaeological project, one of the first of its kind, actually, in Europe. And it caught the imagination not only of the Danish public, but around the world. It did an immense service to Viking archaeology and scholarship, and it's even now, all these decades later, it's an absolute credit to its originators.
I mean, when the Skuldelev ships were found and excavated during 1962, I don't think anybody could have imagined what they would mean, not only to the maritime culture of Denmark and what we suddenly knew about that, but also what it would mean for the city of Roskilde.
The excavation led to the foundation of the world-famous Viking Ships Museum.
They became part of a worldwide story of the Viking exploring, the Viking voyages, the raids, and the trading sails and the maritime networks of the world. And it was the first time that there'd been such a big maritime find from the Viking Age.
The museum researches all aspects of Scandinavian boat building, sailing, and life in the time of the great longboat fleets. In pride of place, in the Viking Ships Hall, are the most original Viking ships you can see anywhere in the world, together in one place. They're compelling for anybody interested in the Viking Age or maritime history. And this is the first time British archaeologist Tim Sutherland has seen them for himself.
Oh, here they are, wow. That's pretty impressive. I didn't expect them to be on that scale and so well preserved. It's amazing. I mean, it's in fantastic condition. Just breathtaking, absolutely mind-blowing, the amount of information you get from these ships, and they were just found just in the mud. I mean, they're really complete as well, considering they've been sitting around in a harbour for 1,000 years. It's unbelievable. I mean, the condition of some of them is brilliant.
It's extremely fortunate any of the timbers survived at all, after so many centuries at the bottom of the fjord. The timbers had to be specially treated over several years so they could be displayed like this. More survived of some ships than others. The parts that didn't rot were those which had sunk into the mud of the shallow part of the fjord where they'd been abandoned.
It just looks like, some of them just look like they might be 100 years old or so. You know, they're a bit rough around the edges, but considering they're 1,000 years old, and the Viking ships, I mean, finding one Viking ship at all is an incredible rarity, but considering there's 5 here, and in such good state of preservation, and different types as well.
These new types of boat were among the most revealing aspects of the excavation.
It gave us new kinds of ships that we'd suspected from the written sources, from the sagas. Logically, they had to be there, kind of ocean-going cargo ships, transport ships, that kind of thing. But before Roskilde, we'd really only seen the kind of classic Viking longship. And Roskilde gave us these other types. It gave us a sequence of different sorts of Viking ships.
Fantastic. And all because they've sank into the mud in the bottom of the harbour and then just been preserved for 1,000 years.
The upper parts of the hulls had either slowly rotted away or had been broken off by passing vessels over hundreds of years. Yet even as late as the 20th century, there was still enough material projecting up from the fjord bed for local mariners to know something was there.
In the 50s, they knew that there was something laying there. In the talk between fishermen, they called it Queen Margaret's ship. So they just named it without knowing anything about it, because they in between they had bits and pieces from these boats in their nets.
These bits and pieces had been found continually for many years, and were thought to be from the later Middle Ages. In the early 1960s, a move was made to find out more. It was thought that there was some potential for archaeology, but these finds turned out not to be from the medieval Queen Margaret's time.
Some pieces of timber were taken up and it looked suspiciously like Viking ships, so they started to dive. And it was identified that it was very probably Viking ships, and that there were several of them.
Elsa Rosedale was one of the team of archaeologists who uncovered them. She's one of Denmark's most respected archaeologists. But in 1962, she was a young student.
So what were your first memories of the dig?
What sticks in my mind is that we were part of a very important and fascinating excavation, and there was water all around, and it was a very, so to speak, watery excavation.
The main challenge was the physical problem of how to excavate the timbers from the fjord bed far out into the open water. Dig leaders Ole Krumlin Pedersen and Olaf Olsen decided to use technology developed for maritime engineering. They would build a cofferdam.
So when you see there the cofferdam,
yeah.
And it's quite big, isn't it?
Cofferdams had been used in maritime archaeology before, but rarely on this scale. It enclosed an area almost 2 kilometres square. And though the channel in the fjord here was relatively shallow, the temporary walls still held back at least 2 metres depth of water on all sides.
We were working from wooden bridges stretched across the dig. So we were working on our stomachs or on our knees and using these water pistols and to clean the space after we had, with our dirty hands, taken the mud and the shells and the stones up.
The ship's hulls had been flattened by the weight of the mud over centuries. But also, they were covered with many stones, which it seemed had been used to fill and deliberately sink the boats into position.
Because of the condition of the timber, there had to be sprinklers so to keep them wet at all times. And of course, we also got some of the water. That was why we were in waterproof. And also, the surface of the timbers was soft, while the interior of the timbers was very hard. So we couldn't use trowels. We had to use our tiny hands and to take away the mud and the shells and the stones and so on. So our fingers they looked terrible.
So you were literally digging with your hands and your fingernails?
Yeah. But then it was fascinating to scrape away the mud and see the beautiful timbers appear.
It was hard work, but there were some perks of having your own private beach out in the middle of the fjord in summer.
We sneaked away on the other side where there was a bit of sand and sat and had a beer or a drink or something and had a talk until it was discovered and we were not allowed anymore.
Students.
Yeah. The timbers were taken up individually and put in big plastic bags which were water sealed, and then they were put in a big dam at the National Museum Conservation Department. And then they started to do the conservation business, which is basically to replace the water in the cells with something else.
Yeah. The timbers dated to around the first half of the 11th century, towards the end of the Viking Age. But the confused tangle of timbers didn't yet look like Viking ships. As each fragment was carefully logged and recorded, Pedersen and Olsen, experts in maritime architecture, began to see the shapes of different Viking boat types. They thought at first that there were 6.
Yeah, table 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And those numbers still stick, except that what we at the time thought were 2 ships, that has turned out to be 1 ship, and that is the very long ship now called number 2 plus 4.
Hull find 2 plus 4 was around 30 metres long, much longer than expected, and part of it projected beneath the cofferdam wall. It's still the longest Viking boat ever found. Reconstructed, it sails again on Roskilde Fjord, the Sea Stallion. Despite all the technical challenges, the dig had to be completed in just 4 months.
There was a limit to the excavation because it had to be finished before the autumn storms started.
Work went on apace until late summer 1962.
So everybody was it was a daring thing to do the excavation and see what was preserved of these ships.
Yeah, something that I think I would recognise and lots of other archaeologists would recognise. You had to be brave.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes you have to stick your neck out a bit because these are untried methods and untried principles and scientific procedures or whatever. And sometimes they are not quite ready or you are right at the cutting edge of this. And so I think the word brave is quite appropriate because you never know whether it's going to work or not.
But it worked here. But that's a dig. That's the dig for you.
She was just starting out on what would prove a long career in archaeology, but it was Elsa's good fortune to discover one of the most important and iconic pieces of ship's architecture.
We were very lucky in that the stem, the complete stem of one of the a small cargo ship was preserved, and I found it.
You were the first person to uncover it?
Yes.
Every Viking boat had 2 stems at either end of the keel. Elsa's find was the only complete one to be found.
Imagine finding that. It's absolutely beautiful.
4 meters long, one piece of timber.
One piece of carved timber. And now it is on the wall in the museum.
And
pride of place.
And that was a big day. To be honest, I didn't really realize how unique it was. For the press it was, of course, especially interesting that it was a young girl of 20 who had, with mud all over, who had found it.
Not exactly glamorous.
No. I've told my students about it for many, many years. It's memory lane.
It is, but it's also very, very important. And now that is an archive in itself.
After several years of conservation, the ships were eventually painstakingly put back together. And in 1969, the Viking Ships Hall opened. In the decades since, the museum has expanded to encompass its own artificial island in the fjord. It was during the construction of this in 1997 that 9 more Viking ships were discovered. They were probably old boats, left to sink in the mud at the water's edge. Conservation and analysis of these wrecks is still going on, adding to the vast amount of data already gained from the Roskilde finds. The staff of the Viking Ships Museum, many of whom are volunteers, are all passionate about their work here.
If you once come in the door at this museum, you will stay here and study these beautiful ships.
Their unique spirit is partly fostered by the bonds that grow from not only studying, but also sailing Viking boats. It's training day at the Viking Ships Museum, and we've been granted special access. Today, around 60 men and women will sail the flagship of what's now a fleet of reconstructed Viking boats. Many of them have crewed Sea Stallion all its sailing life, going back a decade. But new members have to be brought up to speed.
This is just a one-day sailing, and we are sailing in Roskilde Fjord outside the museum, and we go to a little bit more bigger waters.
In fact, these waters are very near where the Roskilde boats were sunk 1,000 years before.
On board we have, as you can hear, the skipper who's giving all the orders. We have to do what he wants us to do. When we hear the orders coming from the skipper, you'll hear an echo at the midship. We have a middle shouter, and the middle shouter sees to that the order comes to the front. The front can't hear the skipper. It's a 90 feet long boat, and in wind and everything, you can't hear it. Yeah. And we have a lookout in the front.
The experienced crew have a wealth of knowledge for the new crew members to pick up on.
When you're new on the Sea Stallion, you go through a learning phase where you start by looking into your job, the rope that you're pulling, and understanding what you're doing on that specific task. And then at some point, when people have sailed for a while, they start looking up. And not just seeing their own task, learning that, but when that is just a thing in their body that they've learned, then they start looking up, and then they start to see the function of their own product in the mixture of all the other inputs on the boat, all the other ropes that has to work together, because it's one big sail. So every time you pull a rope, you are pulling on a rope that pulls in something else in the other end of the ship.
Like Karen and Ivan, Vibeke Bischoff is also a former skipper of Sea Stallion. She's chief of the museum's boat reconstruction team. It's her job to bring boats like the Sea Stallion back from the grave.
I like boats and I like sailing. And if you sail a boat and it doesn't function or doesn't maneuver well, then it's no fun. So finding out how to make a ship maneuver and perform well, that drives me.
The sudden surge of Viking raids at the end of the 8th century is thought to be partly due to new Scandinavian ship technology and sailing skills at the time.
Why did it explode like this in the Viking Age? Maybe they needed to travel at that time. They were ready to travel. The ships were ready. The human beings were ready to go on adventures across the seas. The Viking ships we know, they are a mixed rowing boats and sailing boats, many of them. They carried a large crew, and if you could sail out, you could row back if the wind dropped. If I say the Sea Stallion again, you have a crew of 60 rowers, and you need to be able to tell them what to do, and they need to be able to work together as a machine, because a ship doesn't function in itself just because it's designed like it is. You need this crew to maneuver the sail, to propel the ships with oars, or to handle the boat correctly in order to make it move.
Before this can happen, someone has to work out from the archaeology how a centuries-old Viking boat was built.
In reconstruction, you need to be open-minded, because nothing is ever how you thought it would be. We want to try to get as close to the original hull form of the ship finds as possible. And of course, when you see this, there are parts missing, but that's the word reconstruction. We don't construct the ship because we don't shape them in our own view. We try to get as close as on the original hull form in order to test the sailing performance of the ship later.
Vibike's a trained boat designer, but she's moved away from using only computers to reimagine Viking craft.
You can present the ship finds in a book or in an article, but you don't learn anything from theoretical reconstruction or publishing in an article. You learn something when you really go all the way from the ship find through reconstruction of the hull form, through building of the full-scale reconstruction, and then sailing the ship find in its original waters, where it has originally sailed. And that is what all this research at the Viking Ship Museum is about.
She begins by examining every single fragment of a hull's surviving timbers. They're photographed, scaled down, and mounted on card to create a miniature kit of parts.
So what scale is this now then?
1 to 10. I always use 1 to 10 because then you don't make any mistakes of the measures. 1 meter is 10 centimeters. I can cope with that. I cut every piece from the whole find and attach them together.
So can you show me how you put it into action, how you transfer that into a three-dimensional model?
Yeah. As you see here, I have attached the first 4 strakes. When I begin, I drill with a 0.6 millimeter drill a hole through all the nail holes. So I'm sure when I attach them to each other, that I have the right position.
It can only go back in one position then?
Yeah.
The original position?
It's like if you have an orange and you peel it and you have the skin lying on the floor or the table, then if you put it back together, it will be round, even though it lies on the table flat. And it's the same with this one. So slowly you can build up the shape of the ship.
On average, only about 25% of most of the recovered Roskilde and Skuldelv hulls have survived. But once Vibeke has the position of the ship's nails, even only on these known sections, she can reconstruct the missing parts.
So I can say I have a hole here from the frame, and then I have to find the matching nail holes. Building a model like this is actually like reversed naval architecture, you can say. By building it, we can study their mind when they were building the ship.
And the other thing that I like about this way of doing things is it's very basic. I don't want to be crude, but you can do it with your hands, and you can do it with pieces of paper or with
little. And it's cheap and fast.
And I still prefer it.
I will go on. Yeah.
The next stage is to take the reconstructed hulls from cardboard into a more solid form. The museum's boatyard workshops can carry out every process in the reconstruction of a full-scale Viking ship. Rope, tar, iron, and most crucial of all, wood. It took dozens of individually selected trees to make just one boat.
Can you go into a forest and say that tree would be perfect for that job?
We try to find out how this tree was looking.
Yeah.
The size of the tree, the dimensions, the height, the length of the planks, and the quality. And then we go into the forest and look for it.
Right.
And sometimes we look for days and weeks because it is difficult to find. And I think experimental archaeology here at the Viking Ship Museum is about putting people with different backgrounds to look at the same plank, because they'll see different things when they look at the boat.
Do you think in the Viking period they would have managed the trees and the forest to get particular timber like we do now?
We have had a week seminar just discussing if the Vikings actually took care of their good trees. And if you go to traditional boat building in Norway, for example, they knew the good trees, they have got names because they know, oh, this tree, don't take that because the boat builder, he needs it. Right. Maybe in 30, 40, 50 years. So I think that they have been taking care of the good trees.
As well as the materials the Vikings used, it's also important to use the same tools that they used.
We can just bring some of these, take these.
One of the first things Soren and the team had to do in building their first reconstruction was to work out just how tree trunks were cut into long planks or strakes without machines or even saws.
They didn't use a saw. There is no saw marks after any saw marks on the boats over there. We have been looking and we can't find anyone. And so they used axes and cutting tools for everything.
There were many types of axes used in the Viking Age. Every type used in the museum has been forged from an archaeological find. They work backwards from tool marks on the wood to work out what axes might have been used to make them.
This is a very iconic axe from the Viking Age. It's made with one edge from one side and flat on the other side. And the handle, it's twists a little, so it goes out. So you can have your fingers, you can go down the plank without hurting your
fingers. So the plank of wood is there, it would be like that?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And then we would describe that in terms of modern tools as a planing tool. It's a finishing tool to smooth things off.
Yeah, exactly.
This is an iconic shape from the Viking period. I've seen lots of illustrations of Viking axes. I've actually seen lots of these in museums. And most people associate Vikings with hacking each other to pieces.
Yeah.
But of course, most of the axes are for work like this. It's wood. They are woodworking tools.
Yeah.
Primarily.
Yeah.
And of course all the different shapes have very specific jobs as well.
From cutting the tree down, through cleaning the bark off, and finally preparing the planks and strakes, various types of axes are used.
The last job is to use the broad axe because it's like we talked about, it's not, doesn't care about what you do, then it gets...
It doesn't care about your leg either if you miss it.
No, that's right. I've never cut my leg, so don't say that.
Don't say, no, sorry.
You want to try? No.
I'll try it on a short one first before I take my leg off.
And these marks, you can actually see them. It's on some planks. But of course we are looking for tool marks, so we can be very sure that they have actually used this kind of axe on the planks.
Yeah, it gets it really smooth, isn't it? It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you wouldn't think that was made by an axe, would you?
No,
if you're thinking about it, everybody
right.
expects an axe to produce a really rough mark, but that's beautiful. I worked on a building that was about 900 years old in Windsor Castle, and in the roof of the castle there were big oak timbers.
Yeah.
And the way they tested whether the timbers were good or bad was by
and listen.
And they listened to it. Because the better the timber, it almost rings it. It's a nice solid tone, and then there was just a thud.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I learned that too at when I was a boat builder, to actually with a hammer just listen to
the wood. Yeah,
listen to the wood and smell the wood when it goes down in the forest. You can smell if it's a good wood. You can, this kind of oak trees, they smell in a certain way, and if it's too sweet or if it's too, then don't bring it. Yeah,
I've never heard that before. That's interesting.
On the Bayeux Tapestry, for example, the Wilhelm the Conqueror, he asked a guy to build him about 300 ships or something like that. And this guy, the guy he asked, is standing like very demonstrative like that with his broad axe.
His special axe.
And I think it's because they want to show us that he was talking with the shipwright or the boat builder.
Yeah, yeah. Fantastic.
So they were well paid at that time.
The next step is to put it all into action and sail the boat. Sea Stallion has reached the open water, ready for sail training for the new crew.
This is Roskilde Fjord, and in fact, we believe that this is almost how it looked in the Viking Age, but the land has raised a little bit and the waters were lowered a little bit. It's perfect waters for training this, because it's a protected area. It doesn't. Of course, the wind can come here and it gives us some challenges, but almost never high waves and so here. So it's to take out some rookies to learn. This is perfect.
While the new faces get used to being at sea in a Viking boat, the experienced crew members keep a watchful eye. It's in the blood.
Moving around the boat, constantly keeping an eye on the trim, that's just it's a bodily thing for me. I can't sit still when I notice the boat going a bit that way. It's an irritation in my stomach if we're not lying correctly in the water. I usually say that I sail with my ass, because I feel it in my ass if we're not laying correctly in the water. If the sheet is too tight, I can feel it saying.
Dendro-analysis of the wood used in the Skuldev boats revealed that they were all probably built in different locations and at different times. Sea Stallion was built in Ireland, and so certainly crossed the North Sea at least once.
The ships would have sailed different waters. So in the inner waters of Denmark, the waves have a different capacity than the waves in the North Sea, where the Norwegian ships would have been sailing. And the waves around the coast of Ireland and England, for example, going around Land's End into the English Channel, are completely different from that. So you need to build a boat that fits the waters and the waves that you're going out into.
Sea Stallion has very particular characteristics in its design.
This is a boat with room for 60 people sitting rowing. On a trading ship, you wouldn't have these many thwarts in the boat. You wouldn't have oar holes. You wouldn't be able to row it. So based on the archaeology, you could say that this is a boat for transporting troops, basically transporting men. But that's not to say that you would have been rowing the boat all the way to England or Ireland or anything. Would of course had been sailing as much as you can.
Sailing the reconstructed boat gives the crew valuable insight into the logistics and planning that went into any seaborne expedition in the Viking Age. Every time the boat sails, new knowledge is gained, and all of this is fed back to the museum.
But it's important to know that you can't just say, okay, I want to go to Ireland right now, so I'll sail out and then I'll be there in like, I don't know, 12 days or something. You have to have a lot of weeks to do it, because you can't go out unless you know you can get in to shore within 5 or 6 days. Because with the amount of people you need aboard to maneuver the ship and to row the ship, to balance the ship, we don't have enough room for food and water for more than 5 to 6 days.
But it's unlikely that a boat like this would have sailed alone on a raiding expedition.
At some point, probably towards the, let's say about the 820s, something like that, maybe the 830s, the nature of that raiding starts to change. It becomes more organised. The forces of Vikings get bigger and bigger. And one of the things we're seeing in the archaeology now is confirmation that the descriptions of the scale of this raiding, when you get into the 800s, first dozens of ships and then hundreds, does seem to match the archaeology that these Viking forces have left behind them. In other words, we really are dealing with massive Viking forces.
One thing is getting one ship, the Sea Stallion, over there at a specific date, at a specific point. A whole other deal is getting a whole fleet. At some points in history, it would have been maybe 200 ships. Some of them this size, some of them smaller, some of them cargo ships, and they would have been sailing so differently on the waters. And there is just a small adjustment on the rotor right now would mean that we don't get the same tacking possibilities as the next ship. So you very quickly get away from each other. So how did they communicate between the ships? How did they meet up at the same point? That's quite amazing. There's just so many questions that we still need to answer on how they did that. And we move to the other side. Because it's so light and we only go about a meter into the water. This is a boat that you can sail up on shore without it breaking or anything. So coming up to a place that you want to plunder, you could lay down the mast behind a hill or something, and then come out of nowhere rowing up on shore. Well, actually, when we move out in waves in the high sea, the two sterns, they can move away from each other by a meter because the whole ship moves like a worm. There's a reason why it's called worms in the Viking Age, because it moves so much around.
The boat's flexibility comes from its build, because the planks and strakes have been formed with axes from long timbers, the grain running throughout. It wouldn't be as strong if they were made from many smaller, shorter, sawn planks. All the time, the crew have to learn to understand what's going on instinctively, especially when the boat is under sail.
As you saw before, we were leaning very much to the lee side. And that's the thing about these boats, because they're so light and actually sort of lie on top of the water. We only go about 1.20 meters into the water. So we need the people aboard to be intelligent ballast, as we call it. We need people to think for themselves that now the boat is starting leaning to this side, I move up to the other side. If we were only 30 people aboard instead of the 60 that we are right now, then we wouldn't be able to balance the boat with this wind, with this much sail. So we would either have to reef the sail really much or we wouldn't be able to sail in this weather. So, yeah, it's really important that we are enough people aboard.
Whether they're ballast, hauling a rope, or pulling an oar, each crew member has less than a metre of personal space in the boat. Above all else, they have to learn to work together.
It's social skills, really, that's the key point to surviving on this ship. You can learn to sail it quite easily, I think, if you've just got a bit of a knack of being outdoors and pulling on a rope. But the social skills.
Yeah, you know this expression that we're all in the same boat? If you sail in a boat and you have rough conditions and you sail for many days or many weeks, we're in the boat together, so you're depending on each other. So you make friends with the crew because you need to work together or nothing will function.
In sailing the reconstructed boat, the Viking Ships Museum team has perhaps also recreated something of the spirit that was needed to live and work aboard these vessels almost 1,000 years ago. The boats themselves have a limited working span in the water, just a few decades. But the experience, the comradeship, and the spirit of people working together like this in the Viking Age must have lasted lifetimes.
The lifetime experience of being in such a tight-knit community, the intimacy of the crew, the fun of going out into difficult situations with other people, pushing yourself, and drinking good beer in the harbour, and all that, the social world of it. It's also having a focus on what am I doing? How am I participating right now? But it's not either just a one-man thing at all. So it's co-creation all the time with the boat, with the sail, with the wind, with the water, with other people sailing, with all the 60 other crew members aboard, co-creating the fact that we're able to get a move on and sail where we want to. I think we should be watching the sail coming up now.
Traces of light seep out from the dark earth, hidden for centuries from the day. Stone and wood, iron and gold, silver for the gods.
In the kind of popular view of the Vikings, are always associated with loot and plunder and its product, treasure.
Serpents and spirals, dragons and wolves, amulets and rings.
It's classic Viking material, and it's everywhere the Vikings went.
A story of trading and travel, of raiding and theft.
It's a road trip, but the purpose is to come back richer than you went away.
The beauty of an age now past, hoarded in the earth, known only to the gods. The treasure of the Vikings. From the late 8th to the mid-11th centuries, the Scandinavian peoples burst from their frontiers almost wherever the seas could take them. Through archaeology, now we can explore the world of Viking life by understanding the realm of the Viking dead. The story of Viking treasure is the story of the Vikings themselves. The richness of imagery and the wonders left to us now. For some, it reflects the voyages and adventures, the romance of a period that fascinates us. For archaeologists, Viking treasure is more broadly defined, beyond fine things alone. Life was short and often violent, yet it was not without its beauty. The sagas convey to us echoes of the Viking Age, tales of heroes and the battles they fought to win great fame, and most of all, treasure. Yet the sagas were written many years after the Vikings lived.
One of the problems about understanding the Scandinavian point of view at this time is that, of course, the Scandinavians are not writing things down. They're making runic inscriptions, but these are more or less kind of epitaphs on monuments to the dead and so on. They don't give us a lot of information, especially not in this early period, in the 700s and into the early 800s.
If there ever was any contemporary Scandinavian literature, it's now gone. But many physical clues about their society remain. Archaeologist Tim Sutherland has worked on Viking sites. He's in Nottingham to see a special exhibition of artefacts from around the British Isles, reflecting this extraordinary period. The Viking Age is distinct in its visual record, its art.
One of the interesting things about the Viking period is the artwork. It's so distinctive. It's beautiful to look at, and it also seems to appear out of nowhere and then becomes very classic Viking in style.
The imagery is clearly defined and instantly recognisable. It's related to, yet different, to Anglo-Saxon or other European Christian art. There are several styles of decoration. There are animals and mythic beasts, wolves, ravens, and always serpents and dragons.
A lot of it's made out of very basic materials as well. I mean, there's metals and there's stone, but there's things like walrus ivory and wood. And so it almost looks as though they've been trying to make things out of everything. It's almost as if they couldn't help themselves and produce artwork. And of course, it seems to get better and better until it's classic Viking material, and it's everywhere the Vikings went.
Probably most of the physical manifestations of Viking art have not survived. Artifacts, perishable by time and the earth. Apart from aberrations like the Oseberg grave, they mostly don't survive in the ground. The Western Viking Age lasted barely 300 years. But the archaeology from the time is distinct. The physical artifacts above all else define in our minds the Scandinavian peoples who made, wore, traded and looted them. They're made of stone, of metal. Iron and steel degrade, precious metals less so. Bronze, gold, silver. But what do we mean by treasure? What did the Vikings do with it? And the treasure itself, over the years of the Viking period, how did that change? Scandinavian society had existed relatively peacefully beyond the frontiers of Western Europe for centuries. But then, in 793 AD, with the attack on Lindisfarne, the raiding began. Over the following centuries, incalculable amounts of valuable items and materials were migrated from the British Isles and all over Europe to Scandinavia. But what were the Vikings looking for in those first raids?
I think in the early part of the Viking Age, the kind of literal loot that Scandinavians are taking and bringing home with them is mainly, frankly, anything they can carry that appears to be of value, especially anything made of precious metals.
From the early decades of raiding, very little has survived.
We find some of this material recycled. We find coins made into pendants, things like that. They're certainly not after money in the way that we understand it. Scandinavia was not a coin economy in the early Viking Age. I think the bulk of the stuff that's coming in from the raids is probably melted down and then recast into new forms more to Scandinavian taste.
So how can we understand exactly what treasures the Vikings were after when they attacked Lindisfarne? The raid sent shockwaves through history, and we imagine it to have been catastrophic given the Saxon accounts. Yet it might not have been that devastating. It seems the Vikings didn't get everything they were looking for. Archaeologist and writer Max Adams picks up the trail. Lindisfarne's priory was well known across Christian Europe, and also throughout the rest of Northumberland were other respected priories and famous Saxon monks. Lindisfarne itself is forever linked with Saint Cuthbert. His remains today lie in Durham Cathedral. In 793, they lay enshrined in Lindisfarne Priory when the Vikings attacked. Despite their plundering, Cuthbert's body survived, and with it, perhaps the greatest treasure, at least we know of, that the Vikings never stole.
This extraordinary, exquisite little object, no more than 2.5 inches across, is Cuthbert's personal possession, his pectoral cross worn about his neck on a chain. And its remarkable survival to this day is due, part coincidence, part just good luck, I suppose, to the fact that it was wrapped beneath several layers of shroud, and it wasn't found until the 1830s when it was finally opened and the shroud was unwrapped. And it is a remarkable, unique survival of 7th century craftsmanship and of Cuthbert's own personal physical presence in the world.
The shrine of St. Cuthbert was well known, and it's hard to think that the Vikings didn't seek it out as they ransacked Lindisfarne. We can't be sure now if the monks had time to hide the body.
Whatever the first Viking raid did, they didn't steal or defile the shrine of Cuthbert. And that's worth contemplating, that for all the destruction the Vikings wreaked, they didn't get at Cuthbert's coffin, whether that was because they were scared or because it was in a plain wooden casket and didn't look very interesting or didn't look as if it had any treasure in it. But it did have this treasure in it, and they didn't get it.
St. Cuthbert's cross now serves as a reminder of what lured the Scandinavians to the British Isles. The bait for the beginning of an age of raiding.
Over time, the raids start to accelerate, and at that point, clearly, when, well, as they say, nothing succeeds like success. If you happen to note that Olaf in the next valley has suddenly got some nice shiny new brooches, or is melting them down and making silver things, you start to wonder when you're there, shoveling the dung pile or whatever.
What can we learn about the treasure that we know the Vikings did capture and take home with them to Scandinavia? The Museum of Cultural History in Oslo houses the greatest collection of Viking treasures in Norway, perhaps all of Scandinavia. Much of it is jewellery, for personal adornment, the power of display.
From the Viking Age, people are drawn to, and researchers are drawn to gold, silver, coins, jewellery.
Archaeologist Hanna Louise Annerstadt is here to show Tim around this incredible collection of Viking treasures.
So, welcome to our treasure room at the Museum of Cultural History.
Oh, yeah. More than a bit of gold and silver around them.
Absolutely, and we like to show them off, of course.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
So we just collected all the really, really important objects and put them into one room, and it gives a certain effect.
We often think of Vikings as big, rough, tufty men, but this is really fine material. It's really artistically fine as well. It's not sort of big and sort of lumpy. It's incredibly delicate. I mean, that's one thing that sticks out. And these are really beautiful, not just because they're made of gold and silver, but because they're actually beautiful works of art as well.
Absolutely. They used a lot of energy to make these things, to wear them, to look good. Obviously,
yeah,
it's
certainly, and it does as well. It works, obviously,
it works,
because it's gold and silver, and it looks good anyway because of the artistic workmanship that's gone into it. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Tim's interested to see fragments that remain from the earliest raids of the Viking Age. Artifacts from this period are rare. It was just a few years or decades when Scandinavian raiding began and quickly escalated. The rewards were there, it seems, for those who dared. Now we can only guess at exactly why the raids began when they did.
Vast amounts of treasure from the British Isles end up in Scandinavia. Some of it's lost, some of it's hidden and then never recovered, some of it buried in graves. What are they actually thinking they're going to do with that money? I think first thing on their mind is they're going to buy themselves a wife. In other words, now they've got cash, they can afford to proposition a woman who's they've got pretty good idea which girl they're going to proposition. And with ready cash, which girl's father is going to refuse them.
And perhaps some of that ready cash is right here. Some of these pieces are examples of the very first treasures from the Viking period.
What's really amazing about this is the primary loot. This is the primary things that was taken or traded from northern England at the very beginning of the Viking period. And it's the classic stuff, but it's also parts of it look like they've actually been hacked up, like the cross, maybe off the front of a book or something.
There's no way to know exactly where they came from, but the religious imagery on some of them suggests it's at least possible they came from churches or monasteries in Britain, Northumbria, even Lindisfarne itself.
It looks like it's the corner piece of a gospel book, and these were very specific and very identifiable, and sometimes they had a nice jewel in the corner, and that almost looks like it had a jewel in that little corner piece there. But it's all the swirls and all the artistic work that we see in very common usage in the Anglo-Saxon period, like the brooch underneath. You can actually see it being ripped apart and used as basically loot for dividing up and saying, yeah, that's your bit. So you could pull items apart. All the gospel books would have had the facades written off, all the nice jewellery ripped off the front and then divided up amongst themselves. It's fantastic stuff. To be able to see it here is great.
There's evidence that in this early period, items like this were worn as jewellery, even those that had been quite crudely cut up, as if they were shares of plunder. They were almost all excavated from female graves. This raided treasure was just about always found on the upper chest of the body, often between the two traditional Scandinavian turtle brooches worn by many women. These wives, mothers, sisters or daughters went to the afterlife wearing treasure that they knew was from across the seas, that had been won for them by their loved ones.
It's about status, it's about prestige, it's probably about gift giving. These objects come from a long way, from a long distance, and this is a society extremely focused on prestige and honor. And the chieftain had to get that honor from somewhere. And it wasn't just the gold, it was also the fact that he had, or they had traveled abroad, maybe fought for these objects, won a battle and then come back. It's really materialized prestige and honor.
As the 9th century wore on, artifacts like these became more rare in Scandinavian graves. The Viking Age had only just begun, but things were changing.
Of course, as the decades go on, the pickings get much thinner people are a little bit more wary. Monks move inland. It's, you know, the first wave of is too good to be true. Then after that, I think it gets a bit thinner.
Raiding had probably been small scale at first, but now it had expanded to a different level.
You have to think about, how did the raids actually get organised? Who owned the ships? Who equipped the people on them? Do people bring their own weapons? Do they get provided with them? Are raids sponsored by people who don't actually go on them at all? Are there raids by commission? Now, what I'd really like is one of those, not so much of these next time, okay? We don't know, but we certainly see enormous amounts of material filtering back into Scandinavia.
As the treasure flowed in, the Viking world itself was transitioning fast.
But as the raids go on, as they escalate, the proceeds of those actions are more fed into the economy in a formalised way. And this is when we start to find silver bullion, hack silver, where finished objects like arm rings or whatever are cut into pieces and quite clearly used for their weight, their value, rather than their aesthetic qualities.
Jewellery and prestige items seem to take second place now to sheer amounts of material collected in hoards.
One of the things we associate with the Viking period is the hoard. And it's not just one or two. There are hundreds of them. And some of them are quite small and quite distinctive, almost certainly personal, but some of them are absolutely massive. And the number of them is astounding. I mean, they're all over the Viking world.
Hoards aren't exclusive to the Vikings. They've been found from Roman, Anglo-Saxon and other times. But from the 8th century, they seem to flourish in the archaeological record. Viking hoards have been found across Western Europe and as far away as Iceland. They often contain gold and copper alloy or bronze. But most of all, they reflect the Scandinavians' apparent favourite material.
The hoards contain things like coins, but a lot of them also contain very beautiful pieces of art. And you could argue that some of this was left intact because they appreciated its value. It's not just the silver content, it's the value of the artefact itself, and they wanted to retain it.
In the decades and centuries after the Lindisfarne raid, the Vikings went from raiders and invaders to settlers. As with every other place they journeyed, so too did their treasure hoards. And the British Isles were no exception. Lakeside Arts in Nottingham is the current home of a travelling exhibition which features some of the greatest hoards found in Britain.
This is a fantastic exhibition because what they've done is they've brought together a large collection of hoards from around Britain. Also, some of the most important hoards, some of the big ones from various parts of the British Isles.
But they don't all at first look like treasure.
It is almost like a collection of material that you see in a hospital that the kids have swallowed. I mean, there's such a variety of bits and pieces, and they're quite small as well. The majority of them are things you could carry around with you in your purse. They do seem to like their well-defined small pieces of silver, or something that could crumple into a small piece of silver.
It's clear that the material itself is often what's being valued, rather than the form of the item.
So you've got the ingots, and then you've got the coins, but you've also got obviously things that have been chopped from bigger pieces. And whether that's to make it more portable or whether that's something so you could distribute it between your friends or use it as the equivalent of a coin or a method of payment.
Over the decades, the composition of Viking hoards changed. From what appear like random odds and ends, more and more hack silver appears, as it seems to become more about commodity. This change is also evident in the hoards found in the Vikings' homelands.
We see it in the economical transformation in the hoards, where you get the bullion, the smaller pieces, the coins, the use of precious metal and especially silver as payment. So it's kind of an economical transformation that draws Scandinavia closer to the international trade networks, both in the east and in the west. So what you consider to be valuable changes in this period.
Precious metal as payment was all that mattered now. But when it came to this need for bullion, the precious metal which appears most in Viking treasure hoards is silver.
We know they had a particular affinity for silver. It occurs again and again in their material culture, in their jewellery and so on. They like gold as well, but silver is the metal they can get access to.
Silver seems to have been universally used across Scandinavia for trading, with regions beyond their frontiers. But how did this trade develop? It seems the foundations had been there a long time. To the east of Scandinavia, the Baltic region in Viking times is relatively unknown. Again, written records are virtually non-existent. But archaeology is now revealing glimpses of very early Scandinavian activity here.
There has traditionally been a sense that the Viking Age, the time of the Vikings, begins in the west with the raids. But actually these connections out into the world have been in existence for centuries before the Viking Age. Even the great trade routes down to the Black Sea, to Constantinople, what's now Istanbul, and even way into the east, into the Asian steppes, linking up with the caravan routes, even as far east as China.
Tallinn, Estonia's capital. It's one of the best preserved medieval cities in Northern Europe. The towers left today are later, but the city itself dates back to Viking times. In the Middle Ages, it was an important member of the Hanseatic League, but its importance for trade dated back to at least Viking times, and probably before. Tallinn was a gateway to the sea routes east, to Russia, also north to Finland, and south towards the distant region of the Black Sea and the golden city of Byzantium. And there's evidence of these far-flung connections here in Tallinn today. One of Tallinn's medieval fortifications, called Fat Margaret Tower, is home to Estonia's Maritime Museum. An exhibition here also brings together many treasure hoards from the Viking period. But there's a difference about what makes up most of these hoards.
As the Viking Age goes on, you start to see this enormous trade in silver coming in from the Arab world to the east. So you have these coin hoards all over Scandinavia.
Coins of silver and also gold in huge quantities, and from far beyond the frontiers of Viking society.
It's staggering. If you look at this silver, there's all different types from all around the world, and basically you can see the quality of it. It looks like it was made yesterday, or it almost looks fake. It's so pristine, and that's amazing. That's what's amazing about this museum, is that there's coins from all over the place from different periods, all throughout the Viking periods, and it's got all different types of hoards as well. There's private small hoards, or there's group hoards where it's obviously more than one person's wealth.
They range back in date to late Roman times and are from all over Scandinavia and Europe. But by far the most are from much further east.
Some of the coins are dirhams from the Middle East, which are very specific coins. I mean, you can tell how far they've come, and others are, from various other parts of the world. And it shows the extent that the Vikings were trading. One of the nice things you can see here are the details on the coins themselves. I mean, you actually see the inscriptions, how they were made, when they were made. They would have had the name of the ruler on them as well. And so you can quite often easily date them.
Some of the dirhams look more like coins from the 19th century rather than the 9th.
I mean, just look at these. These are amazing. Minted over 1,000 years ago, and yet they almost look fake. They almost look brand new.
It didn't matter that they were foreign coins. The Vikings only cared about the metal itself.
Vikings, of course, the Scandinavians, most of them carried little balances. They were very, very careful in weighing treasure by weight, scrap metal.
It's nice to see the scales here, because that's what's important about this silver. It's not the denomination of the coins, it's the weight and purity of the silver. So if you know the purity, then of course all you've got to do is chop up your silver into exactly the right amount of weight.
And remember that what we see in the archaeology is a tiny, tiny fraction of what was originally there. Most of it has probably been melted down over and over again and has been recycled, out of the Viking Age.
Neither silver nor gold occur naturally in Scandinavia. They raided Britain and Western Europe for it. But when it came to quantity and purity, the eastern supplies were incomparable. But how did this amount of silver travel the vast distances from Arabia? The inland areas of Estonia and northern Europe were wildernesses. But the Vikings were experts in mobility. Just a short drive south of Tallinn, Viking Age is a reconstructed Viking village. There's a highway from Tallinn now, but in the Viking Age, the road wouldn't have been the best way to travel here.
Rivers like this have hardly changed since the Viking times. There were no real main roads, there's very little in the way of progress through the country, and these are the equivalent of the motorways of their day. You get people coming up and down, using the rivers to get in and out of the country, bringing in the trade goods, and also taking out goods like the timber or whatever that was valuable from the country that could be taken out of the country as well.
As the Vikings travelled further afield, it was second nature for them to use rivers to travel inland, and their boats were well suited to it.
The shallow draft boats would have been absolutely ideal because some of these rivers are literally about half a metre deep or something, and the ships were perfect for actually skimming over the surface right up into the heartland itself.
The river networks ran for hundreds of miles through the vast North European forests. To journey them was perhaps as long and was maybe at times as arduous as crossing the Baltic or the North Sea.
Viking boatmen would have probably never even seen the sea. A lot of them were actually born and bred and used the boats inland, and it was very rarely that anybody would have got out and gone across the sea.
Rivers like this were the real key to the expansion of Viking trade. Archaeologists in Estonia are now mapping the silver routes, showing this incredible international network, not just in the Baltic, but for hundreds of miles to the north, south, and east.
We think of the Vikings as people who have stolen wealth and taken it back home. What this evidence shows us here is the extensive trade networks around the world, and these people are bartering, buying, selling, not just stealing it, they're actually using commerce as we see today, and that's the information that we're getting from all this.
And nowhere has there been found more treasure than on a single island in the Baltic Sea.
One thing that's absolutely clear from every aspect of the archaeological record is that the island of Gotland is in some senses a separate place, a distinctive culture.
Gotland lies almost at the centre of the Baltic Seaways, and this must have influenced life on the island virtually since sailing began. The Viking Age in Gotland lasted longer than almost anywhere else in Scandinavia or Europe, and the people of those times certainly left their mark here.
One of the things that is most apparent when you start looking at the archaeology of Gotland in the Viking Age is the silver. There are so many hoards, buried deposits of silver on Gotland that if we make a distribution map of the Viking silver hoards of the Baltic, Gotland is kind of black because there's no space between the dots.
There's at least one silver hoard found in Gotland every single year, more than anywhere else in the Viking world.
It's absolutely astonishing. There are some parts of the island where absolutely literally every farm has a silver hoard. So they're not just trading in silver, they're doing different things with it than the rest of Scandinavia. The big question is why?
Archaeologist Per Widerström has excavated many hoards on Gotland.
People in general, I think of history on Gotland And it's an island, it's an isolated place, packed with history.
There's lots of evidence for trade in Gotland going back to the Stone Age. But with the Vikings, it reached a different level. There was a strong culture here, and this shows in the archaeology.
During the Viking Age, something else happens, and we can see that there are large amounts of, especially silver, coming in here. And we can also see that the jewelry on the Swedish mainland are very similar from north to south, but on Gotland is something completely different. So it's really important for the Gotlanders to stand out from the rest.
Per is one of a small team of archaeologists on the island, whose task it is to investigate every new treasure hoard. In July 1999, when another hoard was unearthed, no one was too surprised.
At first it was another hoard, but then we realized that this is something different and something else.
Even today, it stands out in the archaeology of the Viking Age. It had come to light in the northeast of Gotland, on a farm called Spillings.
The discovery of the Spillings hoard, the largest Viking silver hoard ever found, not just on Gotland but anywhere, is one of those amazing moments.
Metal detectorists working with Gotland's museum were routinely surveying a field where the landowner had over the years found dozens of silver coins.
The landowner at Spillings, he's very interested in Viking Age, and he said that you need to go over this piece of land. There is something here, I'm sure.
At first it seemed that all there was in the field were rocks, and they were on the verge of giving up.
It took us a while, and then one of the museum metal detectorists went there and got his bright signal, and that started it all, actually.
The detector signal went off the scale. They found not one, but 3 deposits of metal buried in the shallow soil a few meters apart. It was clearly a big find.
I think we realized quite fast that this was something different, but not how different.
The fragile finds had to be carefully recovered, and quickly. Many visitors flocked to the site. Each cache was cast in plaster and then lifted as a whole, in the hope of preserving valuable clues about how they'd been placed in the ground.
When we excavate silver hoards, we'd like to keep them as intact as possible. We'd like to see if they've been if people have been taking things from them, or if there's been things added, and as there are lots of coins in them, sometimes we can see that there's a gap for 20 years, and then they start refilling them again. So that's what we want to do. So therefore we put them in plaster and we take them indoors and excavate them in a laboratory.
Each individual piece had to be separated, cleaned and conserved. It was to be more than 2 years before the team would begin to know the full picture. Most hoards are chance finds and are often dug up before the archaeologists even hear about them. But at Spillings, Per had an opportunity to do a proper excavation and investigate the burying of the hoard. They set to digging in the stony field.
While we were excavating there one day, this old lady came to us, and she was really interested in what we were doing, because she told us that her husband used to farm this land, and she said that on this spot where we were now, he was very annoyed all the time because he got steel wire tangled into the harvester, and he took it out and he put it on a big pile of stone, and that pile of stone was now later taken away. And we excavated this and found all these almost purple looking threads, and we realized later that was silver. That was silver threads and silver jewelry that's been dragged out.
Per and the team found out why the field was so stony. The hoard wasn't just buried in the middle of a field. Back in Viking times, there was a building here, and unusually it was partly stone. accounting for the rocks all round the area. It was 10 by 50 metres, huge by the standards of the time, probably with an upper floor. But there was no hearth, leading Peer to speculate it was some kind of storage or warehouse. The hoard, in the 3 holes close together, had been beneath the floor of this building. The steel wire that snagged in the harvester was literally just the beginning. Spillings was clearly a spectacular find. Neck rings, arm rings, finger rings, bars, ingots, and other hack silver. One part of the hoard was bronze. By itself, just this amount of material was greater than many hoards found on Gotland. But what made the find truly unbelievable were the coins. In all, there were more than 14,000 of them. Altogether, it amounted to the largest hoard from the Viking period ever found. Not just in Gotland, but anywhere. It was truly unique.
Not so much of its size, because even though that's amazing, I mean it's 67 kilos of silver and other metals, it's really because of the context of it. What does that hoard mean? What could it buy? I mean, what has happened for that amount of wealth, money, if you like, to be left in the ground and never recovered? Did whoever did that die and not tell anyone? If you know that Grandad buried sort of the tax burden of the island for 6 years somewhere in your property, I mean, would you not tear the walls down? You know, it's very strange. It's also hidden. It's inside buildings. You know, somebody's literally pried up the floorboards and buried this underneath in sacks.
The hoard is now displayed in Gotland's museum in Visby. After cleaning, the coins could be examined, and this revealed valuable information. Like those from Oslo and many other hoards in the Viking world, the origin of these coins was very distant from Scandinavia.
The majority of these coins are from the Middle East. We have some from Italy, some from Denmark, but like 99% are from the Middle East.
The coins carry the names of Arab caliphs, more than a millennium old. Some date back almost to the end of the Roman Empire, and one even carries an inscription to Moses. The geographical origins of many of them are all too familiar to us today.
The biggest minting town for this hoard is Baghdad. And they got silver from Afghanistan to make their coins, and we got it from there, or perhaps even from Russia or elsewhere, but that's where they were minted.
The Vikings didn't care whose ruler was on the coins. They just wanted the purest silver.
When we see these as bracelets, they were once coins. So the amount of coins that actually got here must have been huge, because they don't weigh much.
It's all evidence of the widely ranging trade routes from Scandinavia to the east. Raiding in Britain or Europe brought quick rewards for a few decades, but the basis for this influx of pure silver was trade. For Scandinavian goods, possibly most of all, human slaves. We're unlikely ever to know for sure. Only the silver itself now remains. We can only wonder as to why so many hoards came to be, and why so many of the Vikings consigned so much wealth in bronze, gold, and most of all in silver to the earth.
I think the traditional explanation for silver hoards, or any kinds of deposits of precious objects, has been a kind of primitive banking. It's the equivalent of stuffing your money under the mattress. But at the same time, we know that doesn't really work. I mean, is everybody on Gotland burying their money and then meeting an untimely end before they tell anybody? It's just absurd.
With vast numbers of hoards across the Viking world, more than 800 discovered so far in Gotland alone, there must be other explanations.
Perhaps they're marking property. I know that this is my land because my family have claimed it in physical ways over the decades and centuries.
The archaeology so far, at least, tells us hoards seem rarely taken from, just added to.
There are some farms that we can see that there are like one hoard for each generation within the same farm. So it must have been important for each generation to have its own like collection of silver. So they would have known that their father also had one, but they didn't take it up. Either they didn't find it or they didn't want to take it up for some kind of religious reasons.
And perhaps this was not necessarily in a way we would understand now.
Something I find fascinating is almost a kind of throwaway remark in a later text. It's the beginning of a saga of the Norwegian kings written by Snorri Sturluson.
Snorri Sturluson was an Icelandic scholar writing centuries after. Sagas like his are almost all we have to try to catch fleeting glimpses into the Viking mind.
He talks about a set of laws laid down by the god Odin as to proper behaviour, what you should do about burying the dead and so on. And one of these things says that anything a person buries in the ground in their lifetime will come back to them after death. So it may well be a kind of bank, but it might be a spiritual one. It means you get the checkbook when you reach the other side.
Odin's law is the only clue we have.
He says that you can bring to the next life what you put in the soil. And if that's the case, then you wouldn't take your father's hoard if he put it in the soil to gain it again in the next life. Then you would steal from your father and from the gods.